Chapter 156. The entire ancient forest was dead silent, regardless of whether it was the new students or the older students. At that moment, they had not recovered from the shock. Someone as strong as Song Zhanyuan. He was actually defeated. Furthermore, he was defeated so miserably, as though they were not on the same level. Too strong. A new student hiding in the forest said with a trembling voice. His heart was still in a state of extreme shock. Lin Feng had defeated Song Zhanyuan, who was in the top 100 of the Mountain River list. In everyone's eyes, it was too shocking. Captain is mighty. Huang Lei was the first to regain his senses and shouted, "Captain is mighty." The rest of the people also shouted excitedly. As for the older students, their faces were all pale. Song Zhanyuan's defeat. It was as though they had lost their pillar of support. Hand over the older student order and leave with Song Zhanyuan. Lin Feng said coldly. A few of the older students had fierce gazes. They did not want to leave because the older students had more people and their fighting strength had not decreased by much. On the side of the new students, Lin Feng was more troublesome, but it was only Lin Feng alone. A few of the older students wanted to surround and attack Lin Feng. To them, Lin Feng had just experienced a huge battle. He must be tired. If they attacked together, they might be able to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed what the older students were thinking and said coldly, "What? You want to end up like Song Zhanyuan?" The older students' faces were uncertain, but in the end, they sighed. They did not have the courage to fight with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strong fighting strength had truly shocked them. "This is our older student order." Someone handed over the older student order. There was a first person. There was a second person. Very quickly, everyone handed over the older student order, and one of the older students carried the unconscious Song Zhanyuan on his back and left. Lost. Song Zhanyuan's team was also defeated. The new students who were hiding in the forest exclaimed in shock. Only when Song Zhanyuan's team walked out of the forest did they regain their senses. Everyone's gaze fell on the delicate young man. He was the one who had turned the tide of the battle. "What's the situation over here?" Lin Feng asked. 8 people are injured. They can't hold on any longer. Yan Qian said, "Captain, I'm sorry to disappoint you." The 8 students lowered their heads, extremely unwilling to give up. They wanted to follow Lin Feng into the depths of the ancient forest. But unfortunately, he could no longer hold on. "Don't worry, rest well, and recover. Yan Qian, distribute all the seniors you just received to the 8 of them." Lin Feng said, "Yes, Captain." Yan Qian distributed 16 senior student tokens to the new students who couldn't persevere. With an additional senior disciple token, they would be able to make great strides in the assessment results. Even if they couldn't enter the Genius Barracks with the additional 2 new student tokens, they could still enter the higher class and receive the best training in the Azure Dragon Institute's outer division. The 8 of them looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. "Thank you, Captain. In the future, if you need us for anything, just say the word. Climb a mountain of blades, dive into a sea of fire. We brothers won't even bat an eyelid." Lin Feng smiled. "All right, thank you, brothers, for your kind intentions, but it's not good to stay in the ancient forest. Brothers, go out and rest." "Goodbye, Captain." The 8 new students bid farewell to Lin Feng and the others with reluctance. Regarding Lin Feng's decision to distribute the 16 senior disciple tokens to the 8 new students, not only were the others not dissatisfied, they admired Lin Feng's way of doing things. Perhaps they would also be disqualified in the next battle. Since Lin Feng could treat the 8 new students this way, he could do the same to them. Everyone admired Lin Feng, not only in terms of strength, but also in the way he handled matters. They were all sincerely convinced. "Let's go," Lin Feng said, and left with the remaining 10 people. Outside the ancient forest, the Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons and students gathered to watch the fun. In the distance, 15 figures walked out with unsteady steps. These were all senior students. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. It's blazing heaven, someone exclaimed in shock. Among the group was a young noble clad in black. Blazing heaven. Blazing Heaven was also a master on the Mountain River list. Among the 5 senior student groups, they were ranked 4th. Although their strength wasn't as strong as Song Jianyuan's group, they were still terrifying. And now, all the people in Blazing Heaven's group were walking out. Obviously, Blazing Heaven's group was defeated. Another group defeated by a new student group. Many people looked at him in astonishment. In the previous year's assessment, the new student groups were swept away by the 5 senior student groups. And this year's 5 senior student groups were much stronger than the previous years. Yet, 2 senior student groups were defeated. This was enough to shock the entire Azure Dragon Institute. Blazing Heaven, who defeated your group? Helian Changlong asked. Blazing Heaven said expressionlessly, defeated by Long Shiyu's group. Good, go and rest. Helian Changlong nodded. This disciple will take his leave. Blazing Heaven left with the rest of his group. Long Shiyu's group defeated Blazing Heaven's group. Although it's shocking, it's still within the acceptable range. The other group is more terrifying. That Lin Feng's group doesn't have many masters. One of the Azure Dragon Institute elders said, Is there still no news from the people who went in to investigate? Helian Changlong asked. Not out yet. The same elder answered. While these 2 Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups were conversing, loud noises sounded from the surroundings, because a 3rd group of senior students had appeared. Helian Changlong looked over and was shocked, for the 3rd group was Song Jianyuan's group. Song Jianyuan was a powerful character ranked 89th on the Mountain River list. And at this moment, Song Jianyuan had actually fainted. Oh my God, Song Jianyuan actually fainted. Who did this? Countless students and teachers were discussing in disbelief. Zhang Sun, what happened? Helian Changlong looked at one of the senior students in Song Jianyuan's group. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Sun. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Song Jianyuan was such a terrifying character, yet he was knocked out by someone. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the other party was. Zhang Sun explained, We ran into Lin Feng's group, and our leader was defeated in a battle with Lin Feng. Our group was routed. What? Lin Feng again? Song Jianyuan was also defeated by Lin Feng? Helian Changlong asked in shock. Zhang Sun nodded bitterly. Oh my God. First Wei Li, then Song Jianyuan. Who is this Lin Feng? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They were eager to know who Lin Feng was. Chapter 157. In the sky, the silver moon was like a plate. Lin Feng and the rest were resting near a water source. The continuous battles had caused everyone to feel deeply fatigued. However, everyone's faces were brimming with confidence. Today, their team had already defeated Wei Li's team and Song Jianyuan's team. Their self-confidence was growing. Everyone believed that as long as the captain was here, they could continue. Lin Feng leaned against a tree to rest. A fragrant wind blew over. Lin Feng opened his eyes. In the darkness, he saw Huang Linger's exquisite face. You haven't rested yet. Lin Feng asked, I still have a bottle of spirit liquid here. Consume it, and your body will recover quickly. Huang Linger took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Lin Feng. No need, you can keep it for yourself. Lin Feng smiled and said, If I tell you to take it, then take it. Huang Ling snorted and gave the bottle back to Lin Feng. She then turned around and walked away, swaying her hips as she walked away. Lin Feng touched his nose and could not help but smile bitterly. It was the hardest thing to accept a beauty's grace. 30 li away, Long Shiyu's team was also resting. Their team had just defeated Blazing Heaven's team and had only lost 3 people. Everyone in the team was still in a state of excitement. To be able to defeat a strong team of seniors was something to be proud of. Haha, today's battle was really refreshing. These seniors are not as powerful as we thought. A new student said. This was Li Hai, a genius student of Azure Dragon Academy. In today's battle, he had defeated 2 seniors. Our team is an elite team of new students. Defeating these seniors is naturally not a problem. Another new student said. Speaking of which, the captain is still the strongest. Even Blazing Heaven was defeated by him. Blazing Heaven is ranked 97th on the Mountain River list. Another senior said. Thinking of the shocking battle between Long Shiyu and Blazing Heaven, he still felt his blood boiling. Of course, the captain's strength is at the peak of the genius camp. I wonder what's going on with the other team. I wonder if their captain is stronger than our captain? A freshman asked. Suddenly, a new student sneered and said, I don't know how the other team defeated Wei Li's team, but the captain is publicly acknowledged as the strongest new student. The captain of the other team is probably not qualified to be compared to our captain. The group of people chatted casually towards Lin Feng's team, which had also defeated the 5 senior teams. These people had a trace of disdain. Since they were both freshmen, there was a competitive relationship between them, and their team had gathered the top geniuses of the 9 great academies. Naturally, these people had a sense of superiority. When Lin Feng's team appeared and defeated Wei Li's team, they felt that their sense of superiority had been snatched away. Naturally, they were unconvinced. Now that they had defeated the even more powerful Blazing Heaven team, this sense of superiority once again occupied everyone's hearts. The night grew darker and darker. The night passed quickly. At dawn, Lin Feng's team and Long Shiyu's team set off towards the depths of the ancient forest. When Long Shiyu's team passed through a forest, they were blocked by a dozen seniors. Captain, another group of seniors has arrived. It seems like we're going to have another group of losers under our command. One of the freshmen laughed out loud. Which senior team are you from? You even dare to block our path. Do you know who we are? A freshman curled his lips and said, there should be more than 20 senior student teams of a certain scale. But the strongest 5 teams were led by experts on the Mountain River list. As for the rest of the senior teams, they were not that strong. Long Shiyu's team had just defeated the 4th-ranked Blazing Heavens team and was bursting with self-confidence. Oh, may I ask which team are you from? Right at this moment, a chuckle sounded from the group of seniors. The group of seniors parted, and a slightly thin young man walked out. Our captain is Long Shiyu. Not long ago, we defeated Blazing Heaven's team. Have you heard of us? If you know what's good for you, hand over the senior command medallion, and you will suffer less. A freshman sneered. Impudent. Immediately, a senior scolded him coldly. The skinny young man waved his hands, smiling as he looked at the new student who had just spoken. The name of the new student who had spoken was Dong Xian. He had a tall stature and was extremely arrogant. However, this person's strength was truly powerful. During the battle with Blazing Heaven's group, he had defeated 3 seniors. The skinny youth looked at Dong Xian and said, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? Dong Xian asked. You can challenge any one of us. 10 moves. As long as you can withstand 10 moves, we will obediently hand over the senior command medallion. The skinny youth said. Hearing the skinny youth's words, Dong Xian's face became gloomy. It was obvious that the skinny youth was looking down on him. Dong Xian sneered and said, you think too highly of yourself. I choose you. 10 moves. Within 10 moves, I will defeat you. After saying that, Dong Xian stepped forward. All the senior students looked at Dong Xian with strange expressions. Why aren't you coming out? Are you afraid? Dong Xian sneered with an arrogant look on his face. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Long Shiyu as the captain didn't stop him. This was because Long Shiyu knew how powerful Dong Xian was. He had absolute confidence in Dong Xian. I'm just thinking, if you lose, what should I ask for? Said the skinny youth, smiling indifferently. Do you think I'll lose? Said Dong Xian, smiling coldly. If you lose, kneel in front of me and kowtow, said the skinny youth. The skinny young man's face gradually turned cold. Ha ha, that's a good suggestion. He's just a new student. If we don't teach him a lesson he'll never forget, he'll think he can piss on us seniors, said one of the seniors, smiling coldly. You want to die, shouted Dong Xian furiously. He threw himself at the skinny youth. Boom! Dong Xian exploded with power as he punched out at the skinny young man. That punch contained a force of 15 million jin. No wonder Dong Xian was so arrogant. He was terrifyingly strong. He had the strength of the 7th celestial layer. Kneel down. However, the skinny youth didn't even move in the face of Dong Xian's attack. He just shouted coldly. Dong Xian looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His vitality was instantly dispersed. A loud sound was heard. Dong Xian was kneeling in front of the skinny youth. Hiss! All the freshmen sucked in a breath of cold air. That skinny youth had used his aura to disperse the power of Dong Xian, a 7th layer martial master. He had even forced Dong Xian to kneel on the ground. Wasn't that too terrifying? What was the skinny youth's cultivation level? Every new student's face was filled with deep shock. Chapter 158. You, who exactly are you? Dong Xian knelt on the ground, looking at the skinny young man in horror. His previous arrogance had now been shattered into pieces. Now, Dong Xian's heart was filled with fear and unease. The man in front of him was too strong. He could only look up to him. Yuan Chen Xing, said the skinny young man indifferently. What? You're Yuan Chen Xing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list? All of the new students revealed an aghast expression. Yuan Chen Xing. He was one of the strongest in the genius camp. He was ranked in the top 50 of the Mountain River list, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Long Shiyu and the others hadn't thought that Yuan Chen Xing would lead a team to stop the freshmen. Yuan Chen Xing smiled at them and said, What do you think? Are you afraid? If you don't want to suffer, you should know what to do, right? Obviously, Yuan Chen Xing wanted Long Shiyu and the others to surrender without a fight. That way, they could relax. But obviously, Long Shiyu and the others wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Their team was made up of the strongest freshmen, and they weren't any weaker than the older students. Long Shiyu was also very strong. His defeat of Blazing Heaven was the best proof of that. We'd like to see how strong you all are, said Long Shiyu coldly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yuan Chen Xing's face darkened in an instant. He kicked Dong Xian and sent him flying a dozen meters away. There was a thump. Dong Xian fell to the ground miserably. His true qi was scattered, and he couldn't get up for a long time. He had completely lost his ability to fight. Let's get rid of these guys, said Yuan Chen Xing. Ha ha. Captain, just watch from the side. Dealing with these freshmen isn't a difficult task. The dozen or so senior students all laughed. Asterisk, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk, the older students jumped out and rushed towards Long Shiyu and the others. Attack! Long Shiyu bellowed, and all the new students rushed towards the older students. As for Long Shiyu, he rushed toward Yuan Chen Xing. As the saying went, shoot the horse before shooting the man, and capture the leader before capturing the bandits. As long as they got rid of Yuan Chenxing, the older students' team would be defeated without a fight. Brat, your opponent is me. A sneer was heard as a silhouette quickly rushed over from the left and punched towards Long Shiyu. This was a senior student with a medium build, but his strength was abnormally terrifying. When he attacked, a ferocious tiger vaguely condensed behind him. You're courting death. Long Shiyu shouted angrily and punched out. Bang! He and the older student clashed fiercely. That tyrannical power shook the earth faintly. The senior student did not move an inch, but Long Shiyu was forced to take 3 steps back. Shock appeared on Long Shiyu's face. He hadn't even fought with Yuan Chenxing yet, but he was already suppressed by a senior. Yuan Chenxing's team was too terrifying. You're quite strong. No wonder you were able to defeat Blazing Heaven. But your luck has come to an end, said Lin Feng. The senior sneered and rushed towards Long Shiyu. Mad Dragon Fist. Long Shiyu roared and unleashed his ultimate technique. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. Behind Long Shiyu, a giant dragon appeared. Its body was 1,000 meters long. Long Shiyu transformed into a giant dragon and rushed towards the senior. Humph! The senior sneered and suddenly stepped forward. In the next moment, he transformed into a giant tiger. A dragon and a tiger fought together. This was a terrifying secret technique, condensing the shape of a dragon and transforming into a giant tiger. It was like 2 primordial beasts were fighting each other. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. At the same time, the battle between the freshmen and the seniors had reached a climax. On the freshmen's side, such as Xiao Yifei, Xian Yuanzhan, Li Hai, and the others were very strong. In the previous battle with the seniors, they were not at a disadvantage. Instead, they had the upper hand. However, they were now completely suppressed by the seniors in Yuan Chenxing's team. Yuan Chenxing's team was too strong. These people were all elites of the genius camp. Bang! A freshman was sent flying and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he had lost his ability to fight. Bang! Soon, the second freshman was also sent flying and lost his ability to fight. The freshmen were constantly defeated. The seniors' strength was too terrifying. It was only a matter of time before the freshmen were defeated. Long Shiyu's situation was not good. In the battle with the seniors, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was gradually losing. Long Shiyu's team could be wiped out at any time. Yuan Chenxing crossed his arms and sneered as he watched the battle. In his opinion, Long Shiyu's team would be defeated soon. At this moment, Yuan Chenxing seemed to sense something. He looked in a direction and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Hiding in the dark and spying? Why don't you come out?" Whoosh! A young man jumped down from a tree. When Yuan Chenxing saw the young man's immature face, he was taken aback. But then he sneered, "You've got guts. You came here to watch the fun." Captain. Soon, Yan Qian and the others rushed out of the forest and gathered behind Lin Feng. "Yan Qian, it's you." Yuan Chenxing recognized Yan Qian. Yan Qian was one of the top 10 freshmen, attracting a lot of attention. It wasn't surprising that an Azure Dragon Institute senior could recognize Yan Qian. What really surprised Yuan Chenxing was that Yan Qian wasn't this team's captain, but that teenager. "You guys are the ones who defeated Wei Li and Song Zhanyuan's teams." A sharp light flickered in Yuan Chenxing's eyes, locking onto Lin Feng. "What? They're that mysterious team? They've already defeated 2 of the top 5 teams." Hearing Yuan Chenxing's words, Long Shiyu and the others who were in the middle of the battle were shocked. They had only heard that Lin Feng's team defeated Wei Li's team, and when they defeated Blazing Heaven's team, They were still talking about Lin Feng's team, not putting Lin Feng's team in their eyes. However, this team that they didn't put in their eyes actually defeated the third-ranked Song Zhanyuan's team. Naturally, Long Shiyu and the others were shocked. Is it him? He's this team's captain, right? Who is he? All the seniors and freshmen's gazes fell on Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. Xiao Yifei and Xian Yuanzhan were shocked. They came from the same Azure Dragon Institute as Lin Feng, and Xiao Yifei had a good relationship with Lin Feng, whereas Xian Yuanzhan had once lost to Lin Feng, thus he was very familiar with Lin Feng. Neither of them had expected that the mysterious team that defeated Wei Li would be Lin Feng's captain. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Feng's team not only defeated the other teams, but also the third-ranked Song Zhanyuan's team. You guys go help, I'll deal with him. Lin Feng waved his hand. Yes, Captain. Yan Qian and the others complied, flying toward the seniors, while Lin Feng walked step by step toward Yuan Qinxing. Chapter 159. That guy wants to deal with Yuan Qinxing personally. Xian Yuanzhan and the others were shocked. Yuan Qinxing was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. Long Shiyu was such a powerful person. He did not even have the qualifications to fight with Yuan Qinxing. But now, Lin Feng wanted to face Yuan Qinxing alone. Who would not be shocked? That guy, who is he? Long Shiyu looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. He was also a proud person. Before meeting Yuan Qinxing's team, he had always been proud. But when the two teams fought, he realized that there was such a big gap between them. He could not even overcome the senior in front of him to fight with Yuan Qinxing. This made the proud Long Shiyu realize the gap between him and the geniuses on the Mountain River list. Lin Feng had to fight against Yuan Qinxing alone. Long Shiyu was extremely proud of himself, so he felt a bit bitter. That guy seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old, but he was so terrifying. Lin Feng naturally did not know what Long Shiyu was thinking. His gaze was serious. Yuan Qinxing made Lin Feng feel a terrifying pressure. This person's cultivation was definitely terrifying. Ninth Firmament Martial Master. Lin Feng could not help but think of Yuan Qinxing's cultivation level. Lin Feng's current strength could defeat an expert of the 8th Firmament Martial Master. And Long Shiyu made Lin Feng feel pressure. Obviously, Long Shiyu's strength was definitely above the 8th Firmament Martial Master. That was the 9th Firmament Martial Master. It was Lin Feng's first time facing an expert of this level. A cultivator at the 9th layer of the Martial Master realm had a strength of 128 million jin. If his strength exceeded 100 million, that would be too terrifying. Experts of this level could carry a mountain with their shoulders. They had the strength to pick up a mountain. It referred to experts in the 9th layer of the Martial Master realm. You defeated Wei Li and Song Zhanyuan. There hasn't been such a powerful person among the freshmen for a long time. What's your name? Yuan Qinxing's face was very calm. Those who were familiar with him knew that. Every time a big battle came, Yuan Qinxing would be unusually calm. Obviously, Yuan Qinxing now regarded Lin Feng as a real opponent. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Yuan Qinxing muttered 3 times, as if he wanted to search for a young genius called Lin Feng or a big family, but there was nothing. Whoosh! Lin Feng took the initiative to attack Yuan Qinxing. 9 forms collapsing fist. Shouted Lin Feng. He Qinxing's 9 punches. Heaven and earth. To mountain and rivers, sun and moon. Star collapse. Nature's 2. Samsara shatter. Heavens collapse. Galaxy shattering. Universe shattering. This was the 9 forms collapsing fist. Collapsing fist was an earth-rank martial art. This martial art was domineering. From the name of the 9 forms collapsing fist, one could tell how domineering it was. Lin Feng pushed collapsing fist to the extreme. In the void, galaxies, stars, mountains, rivers, and worlds appeared, endless shadows, only by cultivating collapsing fist to the extreme. When using collapsing fist, would one be able to manifest all kinds of phantoms. Rumor had it that collapsing fist was created by an ancient powerhouse. It was originally an extremely terrifying divine ability, and the 9 forms collapsing fist was the starting move of this divine ability. Just like the Qiongqi treasure technique that Lin Feng cultivated, it also had a starting move. These heaven-defying secret techniques often had extremely powerful starting moves. Unfortunately, the real killing moves after collapsing fist had been passed down until now. Even so, the power of collapsing fist was not to be underestimated. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, Yuan Qinxing also made his move. He punched at Lin Feng. With a loud bang, Lin Feng and Yuan Qinxing collided fiercely. The tyrannical force shook the surrounding trees and rocks into pieces. Thump! Thump! Lin Feng was forced to retreat a few steps. He felt a terrifying force enter his body. That force seemed to be tearing him apart. Lin Feng was shocked. Yuan Qinxing was too terrifying. He had actually injected internal strength into his body. Lin Feng hurriedly used the ancient dragonesque elephant art to suppress the surging power in his body. He looked at Yuan Qinxing. Seriously, Yuan Qinxing was definitely the strongest opponent Lin Feng had ever encountered. He had completely suppressed Lin Feng as soon as he attacked. You were able to withstand my attack. No wonder Wei Li and Song Zhanyuan were defeated by you. But if that's all you have, you won't be able to escape the fate of defeat today, Yuan Qinxing said calmly. Yuan Qinxing said, casually. He was indeed too terrifying. When he attacked just now, he had only used a portion of his strength. Lin Feng said, a 9th celestial layer martial master is indeed powerful. It seems that I have to use my true strength to pass. Pass? You won't be able to get past me. Yuan Qinxing smiled. How do you know if you don't try? Shouted Lin Feng. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal with both hands. It was the Qiongqi treasure technique's starting move. Boom! Lin Feng exploded. He used the Qiongqi treasure technique and attacked Yuan Qinxing. The Qiongqi treasure technique was divided into 5 levels: starting move, transformation, flesh body, primordial spirit, and true divinity body. The starting move was very simple. It was to prepare for the attack. Transformation allowed the user to take the form of the Qiongqi beast. The body of flesh and blood was formed from the flesh and blood of the Qiongqi, a ferocious beast. Primordial spirit was the Qiongqi beast's independent primordial spirit. Once the user cultivated to this level, the Qiongqi treasure technique would truly begin to be terrifying. The true divinity body was even more terrifying. When the user cultivated to this level, the Qiongqi beast's strength would be comparable to a true immemorial beast. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated to the 2nd level of the Qiongqi treasure technique, transformation. At this moment, Lin Feng had transformed into a Qiongqi beast. Roar! The Qiongqi beast roared. Everyone was shocked by the Qiongqi beast's terrifying aura. What's that? Both freshmen and seniors looked over. When they saw the terrifying beast pouncing towards Yuan Qinxing, they were shocked. No wonder he could defeat Wei Li and Song Zhanyuan. His battle prowess surpasses mine. Long Shiyu looked over and clenched his fists tightly. Oh, that's a Qiongqi beast of the immemorial era. What kind of technique is that? You can condense a phantom of a Qiongqi beast of the immemorial era? Yuan Qinxing was shocked. That's the Qiongqi treasure technique. Lin Feng roared. Under Lin Feng's control, the Qiongqi beast roared and rushed towards Yuan Qinxing. Its huge claws slashed towards Yuan Qinxing. Just as the Qiongqi's huge claws were about to land on Yuan Qinxing's body, Yuan Qinxing made his move. He stretched out his right hand. Crack! Yuan Qinxing grabbed the Qiongqi beast's claws. The Qiongqi beast struggled violently, but it couldn't break free. How is this possible? Shouted Lin Feng in disbelief. The Qiongqi treasure technique was one of his trump cards, but Yuan Qinxing had blocked it so easily. Chapter 160. It's useless. You can't hurt me, said Yuan Qinxing coldly. He grabbed the winged tiger's huge claw with one hand. Then, he threw the winged tiger to the ground. There was a loud bang. The winged tiger was thrown a dozen meters away. Roar! The winged tiger roared and jumped up from the ground. Under Lin Feng's control, it slowly approached Yuan Qinxing. Yuan Qinxing's strength was terrifying, but Lin Feng believed that Yuan Qinxing could resist him. It seems like you want to fight back. Since that's the case, I'll make you give up completely, said Yuan Qinxing with a cold smile. Whoosh! Yuan Qinxing took the initiative to attack the winged tiger. Sky Splitter! Shouted Lin Feng. He controlled the winged tiger to use the winged tiger's precious skill. The winged tiger stretched out its claws and clawed at Lin Feng. Those sharp claws seemed to be able to tear the world apart. It was said that the winged tiger's claws could easily tear apart the Milky Way world. From this, one could see how terrifying this strength was. This move, Sky Splitter, was derived from the attack of the ancient ferocious beast Qiongqi. It was extremely powerful. Yuan Qinxing didn't dare to be careless in the face of the winged tiger's attack. Yuan Qinxing's body shot out like a dragon out of the sea. His body was like a dragon as he violently attacked the winged tiger. Bang! The two sides collided. The winged tiger had shown its terrifying fighting strength. It had unexpectedly blocked Yuan Qinxing's attack. That guy actually blocked the captain's attack. All the older students were dumbstruck. Yuan Qinxing was so strong. In the eyes of the older students, he was almost invincible. But now, a new student had blocked his attack. Even if it was only for a short while, it was enough to shock them. The new students were also shocked. Everybody had the impression that Yuan Qinxing was like a gigantic mountain. They could only look up to him, but they couldn't compete with him. Surprisingly, Lin Feng wasn't defeated so quickly. Lin Feng's strength indeed shocked these new students. Of course, these new students didn't think that Lin Feng could persist for too long, because Yuan Qinxing was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. A master of this level was too terrifying. His cultivation was close to the Azure Dragon Institute's deacons and elders. How could such a terrifying existence be resisted by a freshman? Therefore, regardless of whether it was the older students or the new students, none of them believed that Lin Feng could hold on for too long. Bang, 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 Yuan Qinxing and Lin Feng's Qiongqi clashed for 36 rounds. Finally, Yuan Qinxing seized the opportunity and blasted Qiongqi away with a single blow. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The Qiongqi that Lin Feng had transformed into exploded in midair. Lin Feng's Qiongqi treasure technique was broken by Yuan Qinxing. Although the Qiongqi treasure technique was powerful, Lin Feng had only cultivated it for a short period of time. Until now, he had only cultivated to the second level. Yuan Qinxing's cultivation was too terrifying. His strength had reached the level of 128, 0 million foot. This strength far exceeded Lin Feng's. Therefore, dealing with Yuan Qinxing wasn't an easy task. What a powerful secret technique, but in the end, I still managed to break it. If this is all you have, then it's time for everything to end. Yuan Qinsheng sneered. He strode forward. Boom! Yuan Qinsheng exploded, his fist aimed at Lin Feng. Devouring martial spirit. Facing Yuan Qinsheng's attack, Lin Feng began to circulate his devouring martial spirit, condensing a spatial magnetic field. With Lin Feng as the center, a 10-meter radius of the magnetic field appeared. Waves of powerful energy fluctuations surged out. A spatial magnetic field formed in an instant. Within the spatial magnetic field, there was an extremely powerful suction and restraint force. When Yuan Qinsheng attacked Lin Feng, he was immediately imprisoned by Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field. He instantly realized that his movements had been greatly hindered. Martial spirit. Yuan Qinsheng's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a strange martial spirit. That's right, it's a martial spirit. Yuan Qinsheng, eat my fist. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Qinsheng. You think you can trap me like this? Yuan Qinsheng sneered. This person was too terrifying. Although he was shrouded in the spatial magnetic field, and his movements were greatly restricted, he didn't lose his ability to move. Yuan Qinsheng punched. Bang! Lin Feng and Yuan Qinsheng fiercely collided. Suddenly, Lin Feng was sent flying. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. His bones were about to break. Yuan Qinsheng jumped up and attacked Lin Feng again. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng once and for all. At that critical moment, Lin Feng activated his second and third devouring martial spirit. The third devouring martial spirit strengthened the spatial magnetic field. A powerful force surged out. It was extremely terrifying. It formed a terrifying suction force. Yuan Qinsheng was extremely strong, but under the suppression of the spatial magnetic field formed by the third devouring martial spirit, he couldn't move an inch. How is this possible? Yuan Qinsheng's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng took advantage of that opportunity and threw a punch at Yuan Qinsheng. Yuan Qinsheng was blown away. Oh my God! What did I just see? Am I hallucinating? The captain was sent flying? This can't be real. This can't be real. The older students couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that someone as strong as Yuan Qinsheng could be defeated by a new student. All of the freshmen had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Every single one of their faces were filled with deep shock. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Yuan Qinsheng. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat Yuan Qinsheng. But he hadn't thought that something even more terrifying would happen. Yuan Qinsheng's dantian was filled with light. The light illuminated the empty space, and a starry ocean world appeared. In the starry sea realm, stars were smashing down one after another. It was Yuan Qinsheng's starry ocean world. It was an extremely rare martial spirit. Yuan Qinsheng had activated his starry ocean world. Huge stars fell down towards Lin Feng. Feeling the power of the falling stars, everyone's face was filled with horror. Under the illumination of the starry sky, everyone felt their own insignificance. What a terrifying martial spirit! Lin Feng looked grave and dignified. Lin Feng, you're really strong, but today you'll be defeated by me, said Yuan Qinsheng coldly. Shouted Yuan Qinsheng icily. He released his spirit, which turned into a river of stars and bombarded Lin Feng. No, you'll be defeated by me, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He didn't hold anything back. Lin Feng started circulating the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation. Roar! A deafening roar shook the sky. Behind Lin Feng, an ancient dragonesque elephant appeared. The ancient dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground, raised its head, and roared. Bang! Yuan Chenxing's starry ocean world and countless stars were destroyed by the ancient dragonesque elephant's roar. Yuan Chenxing looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He flew back dozens of meters and slammed into a wall. He knelt down on one knee, gasping for breath. His face was pale. The ancient dragonesque elephant's roar had dispersed Yuan Chenxing's condensed true qi. Captain was defeated. The seniors couldn't believe their eyes. Swish! Then they looked at the young man, who was bent over and gasping for breath. It was him, a new student. He had defeated Yuan Chenxing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. It was unreal. Chapter 161. I actually lost. Yuan Chenxing muttered in disbelief. He was exhausted and couldn't muster up any strength. However, what was even more unacceptable was that he had lost to Lin Feng, a new student. He was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. Yet, he had lost to a new student. No one would believe him if he told others about it, right? At that moment, all the old and new students were speechless. They were still in a state of shock and hadn't recovered from the shock of Lin Feng defeating Yuan Chenxing. Senior Yuan, thank you for letting me win. Lin Feng finally felt that he had recovered some strength. He cupped his fists and said, Yuan Chenxing wasn't a sore loser. On the contrary, his willpower was extremely strong. After being defeated by Lin Feng, it had motivated him to continue cultivating. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. My team admits defeat. Yuan Chenxing said. Then, the old students handed over their seniors' tokens and walked out of the ancient forest. Before leaving, Yuan Chenxing said, There's another team. That guy isn't easy to deal with. If you only have these methods to deal with me, you won't be able to defeat him. You're on your own. Lin Feng asked, I wonder who Senior Yuan is talking about. Yuan Chenxing's lips curled into a gloating smile. When you see him, you'll know who he is. With that, Yuan Chenxing left with the rest of the old students. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that the last team would be even more terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. Who exactly was that guy? Even someone as strong as Yuan Chenxing had a fearful expression when talking about that person. It was obvious how terrifying that person was to be able to make Yuan Chenxing so fearful. After Yuan Chenxing and the others left, Lin Feng walked towards Long Shiyu and the others. Are you all okay? Lin Feng asked. We're fine. Thank you for your help. Long Shiyu cupped his fists. We're all freshmen, so we should help each other. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng, I haven't seen you for a while, and you've become so strong. Xiao Yifei walked over and looked at Lin Feng curiously. Sister Yifei, I didn't expect you to be in this group as well. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng and Xiao Yifei were close friends when they were still in Callan Academy. It seems like it's going to be difficult for me to surpass you. You're still the same as before, always able to attack other people's confidence. Xian Yuanzhan curled his lips. Ha, Xian Yuanzhan, you're here too. Lin Feng and Xian Yuanzhan gave each other a bear hug, meeting an old acquaintance in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment. This feeling was not bad. There was no enmity between him and Xian Yuanzhan. Long Shiyu said, This is the brother Lin Feng you mentioned to me. We went to look for brother Lin before, but we couldn't find him. We didn't expect brother Lin to have formed a group as well. Lin Feng said, Now that we've reached the depths of the ancient forest, 4 out of the 5 groups have been defeated. It seems like there's still one more group, and it's also the strongest one. How about we work together again? Long Shiyu said, If it wasn't for Brother Lin, we would have been annihilated. If Brother Lin has any orders, we'll definitely obey. Ha! We're all good brothers. Let's find a place to rest and prepare for the final battle," Lin Feng said. Following that, the group quickly left. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others didn't know that all the new and old students in the forest were in an uproar. Because Yuan Qinxing's group had been defeated. Yuan Qinxing was a powerful existence ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. But he had still been defeated. He had been defeated by a group of new students. Many freshmen and seniors were watching from afar. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Who was it who had defeated Yuan Qinxing's group? These guys really need to be taught a lesson. They're gossiping again. A senior looked at the students hiding in the forest with a gloomy expression. Yuan Qinxing looked calm and said, "We've already been defeated. What's wrong with people gossiping? Anyway, we can't lose a piece of meat." The senior smiled and said, "Captain, you're very open-minded." The group of people walked out of the ancient forest under the gaze of countless new and old students. "That's Yuan Qinxing? How is that possible? How could it be Yuan Qinxing? I must be seeing things. This can't be real." Many people shouted in disbelief when they saw Yuan Qinxing. Yuan Qinxing's group was ranked second among the old students. This group was strong enough to defeat any new student, but it had been defeated by a new student. Many people could not believe it. Yuan Qinxing, this is... When Yuan Qinxing's group came out, Helian Changlong asked in disbelief. Yuan Qinxing said, "Vice Principal, we've been defeated." "How did you lose? Who defeated you?" Helian Changlong asked in shock. "Lin Feng." Yuan Qinxing took a deep breath and said, "What? Lin Feng? Lin Feng again? Heavens, who is that Lin Feng?" First, he defeated Wei Li, then Song Zhanyuan, and now Yuan Qinxing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list, has been defeated by him. Many people were shouting in shock. There were old students, new students who had just come out from the assessment, and even the Azure Dragon Institute's teachers, attendants, and elders. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Even Helian Changlong sucked in a deep breath. Lin Feng. This was not the first time he had heard this name, but he knew nothing about Lin Feng. "All right, go back and rest," Helian Changlong said. "This disciple will take his leave." Yuan Qinxing and the rest left. Helian Changlong said a few words to an elder beside him and left in a hurry. Helian Changlong directly went to the depths of the Azure Dragon Institute, where an ancient hall stood. "Institute Principal, Changlong requests an audience." Helian Changlong stood outside the hall and respectfully said, "Enter." A dignified voice sounded. Helian Changlong entered the hall and saw a middle-aged cultivator standing in the middle of the hall. This middle-aged cultivator exuded an imposing aura akin to that of a god. This person was the Azure Dragon Institute's headmaster. He had an even more shocking identity. He was an envoy sent over by the ancient Sun Moon City. His background was extremely deep. Helian Changlong bowed and said, "Institute Principal, a terrifying character appeared in this assessment, defeating Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Qinxing." "What? Even Yuan Qinxing was defeated? There's such a powerful new student." Institute Principal Ouyang Zhentian was shocked. "That's right. The entire Azure Dragon Institute is in an uproar because of this child." Helian Changlong said, "Let's see who this little boy is," said Lin Feng. As Ouyang Zhentian's voice fell, a light flashed in his hand, and in the next moment, a bronze mirror appeared in his palm. The bronze mirror flew into the air, and ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror. Soon, everything that was happening in the ancient forest appeared on the mirror. Countless scenes flashed past, including the battle between the new students and the old students, the battle between the new students and the fierce beasts, and so on. There were all kinds of scenes showing what was happening in the ancient forest. Finally, the scene stopped at a mountain forest. There were more than 20 new students resting here. Among them, one of the new students was sitting cross-legged on a smooth rock, quietly recovering his exhausted physical strength. This is Lin Feng. Helian Changlong was shocked. So young? He looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. Ouyang Xintian took a deep breath and said, "That's right, he is Lin Feng." Out of the 5 senior teams, 4 of them have already been eliminated. I want to see if Lin Feng's team will defeat the 5th team, or if they will be defeated by the 5th team. Chapter 162. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, circulating the archaic dragonesque elephant art to adjust his breathing. Although he had won the battle with Yuan Chunxing, he had used up a lot of his energy. Even with Lin Feng's strong reserves, he still felt tired. After adjusting his breathing, Lin Feng felt that he had almost recovered. He opened his eyes, which flashed with 2 rays of light. Although the battle with Yuan Chunxing had been difficult, he had won in the end. Besides, fighting against strong cultivators like Yuan Chunxing was a great opportunity for Lin Feng to gain battle experience. It would also help him improve his cultivation. The next day, Lin Feng gathered his team and continued to travel into the depths of the ancient forest. His team had a total of 20 people, and they were all outstanding freshmen. Ordinary senior teams would avoid Lin Feng's team when they saw Lin Feng's team, not daring to provoke them. Now that Lin Feng's team had included Long Shiyu and the others, they had become even stronger. For senior teams had already been defeated, so ordinary senior teams would naturally avoid them. Lin Feng and the others continued walking and finally arrived in the depths of the forest. In the distance, there were undulating mountains. On top of a mountain peak, a senior looked towards Lin Feng's team. When he saw Lin Feng's team, his mouth curled into a sneer, and he flew towards the mountainside. Halfway up the mountain, there were 10 senior students resting. "Captain, those guys are here," the senior said to a slender and handsome young man. The handsome young man was the most terrifying existence in the freshman assessment. Huang Fuyu ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. "Haha, they're finally here? I can't wait to see who the kid who defeated Yuan Chunxing is." Some of the seniors suddenly laughed. They all had relaxed expressions on their faces. Obviously, these people did not put Lin Feng's team in their eyes. Or rather, they were too confident in themselves. That was because the people in this team were all experts on the Mountain River list. Moreover, the captain was ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. Although there were only 11 of them, they were enough to defeat any team. These people were confident in themselves. "Let's go and meet them." Huang Fuyu got up and rushed down the mountain. "Captain, once we cross this mountain, we should reach the end of the exam." A freshman said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Be careful, everyone." Yes, everyone nodded. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the forest. Long Shiyu said, "Someone's coming." As soon as Long Shiyu finished speaking, at this moment, 11 people came out of the forest one after another. It was Huang Fuyu and the others. "It's Huang Fuyu. Heavens, why is it him?" "Oh, Huang Fuyu ranked 27 on the Mountain River list. It is said that he already has 1 foot in the martial general realm." "It's over. I'm afraid we're all going to be wiped out." It was obvious that quite a few people recognized the terrifying existence known as Huang Fuyu. At this very moment, their faces all turned pale. Yuan Chun was ranked 49th on the Star Mountain River list and was already so powerful, it was extremely difficult to deal with him. What more Huang Fuyu? Even Yuan Chunxing. In Huang Fuyu's hands, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves. "That's Yang Lei, ranked 67th on the Mountain River list. That's Guofei, ranked 95th on the Mountain River list. Heavens, they're all ranked on the Mountain River list. Very quickly, everyone realized that the group of seniors in front of them did not only have Huang Fuyu, who was a Mountain River list cultivator. The rest of the people were actually all Mountain River list cultivators. This caused many of the freshmen' faces to turn pale. It was obvious that everyone felt an extremely heavy pressure. Lin Feng said, "What are you afraid of? We've already come this far. If we die, we'll face the sky. If we don't die, we'll live for thousands of years. This is the last fight, so what if we lose? Even if we lose, it will still be a glorious defeat." That's right, the last fight. The rest of the freshmen were also provoked by Lin Feng's words. It's actually Huang Fu, you personally leading the group, and the 10 members are all ranked on the Mountain River list. This group is too terrifying. How can Lin Feng and the rest defeat this group? This battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. It attracted many seniors and freshmen. These seniors and freshmen had a tacit understanding. At this moment, they were not fighting together, but hiding in the surrounding forest, nervously observing the situation not far away. Many of them felt that their hearts were about to jump out. You must be Lin Feng, right? You actually led the group to this point. This is really out of my expectations. Originally, I thought that Yuan, Chun Xing, and the other 4 groups would be able to handle all the freshmen without us needing to do anything. But they failed. Seems like we have to exercise our muscles today. Huang Fuyu said with a smile. "Ha ha, Captain, against these guys, there's no need for you to do anything. We'll do it," Yang Lei said with a loud laugh. Indeed, even if Huang Fuyu did not do anything, they still had 10 ranked on the Mountain River list. Against Lin Feng's group of 20, it did not seem like a difficult task. To them, in Lin Feng's group, only Lin Feng and Long Xiu were hard to deal with. The rest were easy to deal with, Huang Fuyu said. "After staying in this broken place for a few days, if I don't move my muscles, my whole body will be stiff. I'll deal with Lin Feng. The rest, I'll leave to you guys. Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee that we'll quickly get rid of these guys." The seniors laughed and said, "Brother Long, you go and deal with Yang Lei. The rest of you form groups of 2 and try your best to delay these guys." Lin Feng said, "Yes." Everyone shouted in response and rushed toward the older students. Boom! The battle erupted. The freshmen and seniors were tangled in a chaotic battle. Long Xiu rushed towards Yang Lei, and Lin Feng was fighting against the strongest Huang Fuyu. They're fighting. In the forest, all the students who were watching the battle, regardless of whether they were seniors or freshmen, held their breaths. This was a battle between the freshmen and the seniors. Although both freshmen and seniors thought that Lin Feng's team would definitely be wiped out this time, they were still fighting against Huang Fuyu's team. However, even if they were wiped out, the battle would still be very exciting. "Lin Feng, come and attack me. Use all your skills. Don't hold anything back," said Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu's mouth curved into a faint smile. Lin Feng could feel the sense of superiority coming from Huang Fuyu's body. Qiong Qi's treasure technique. Lin Feng shouted and used the Qiong Qi's treasure technique. Roar. The roar of a beast shook the sky. The ancient ferocious beast, Winged Tiger, appeared. Lin Feng and Winged Tiger rushed towards Huang Fuyu. Not bad, not bad. It's a very powerful secret technique, but it's still not enough to deal with me. Huang Fuyu's mouth curved into a faint smile. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he pushed out his palm. Bang! Both sides fiercely collided. The tyrannical energy spread out and destroyed everything within a 10-meter radius. Lin Feng's immemorial Qiong Qi was destroyed by Huang Fuyu's palm. The tyrannical energy fiercely shook Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string. Huang Fuyu, who was ranked 27 on the Mountain River list, was too terrifying. He defeated Lin Feng in one move. Bang! Chapter 163. Heavens! This Huang Fuyu is too terrifying. Many of the students who were hiding in the forest to watch the show exclaimed. Lin Feng had defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and even Yuan Chenxing, who was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. His strength was obvious to all, but in the battle with Huang Fuyu, he was sent flying in the first clash. Huang Fuyu's strength was too terrifying, causing everyone to feel deeply shocked. Lin Feng took a deep breath and activated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, suppressing the terrifying energy that was wreaking havoc in his body. Huang Fuyu was indeed too strong, giving Lin Feng a lot of pressure. In the previous clash, Lin Feng could almost feel Huang Fuyu's strength. This person should be a martial master of the 10th layer. His strength had reached the level of 254 million. This level of expert was too terrifying. Lin Feng did not find it strange that Huang Fuyu was able to break his attack in an instant. To be able to withstand my attack, not bad. Huang Fuyu walked over step by step. Lin Feng felt a huge pressure from Huang Fuyu's body. However, the pressure was his motivation. Boom! Lin Feng stepped forward, the battle intent in his body soaring to the heavens. What a strong battle intent! This Lin Feng is also extremely terrifying. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Some of the older students exclaimed. To be able to defeat Yuan Chenxing is naturally terrifying, but against Huang Fuyu, there is still a big gap. There were also some older students who said so. Yes, Huang Fuyu is too strong. Within 10 moves, he can probably defeat Lin Feng. However, to be able to withstand 10 moves from Huang Fuyu, Lin Feng will be defeated honorably. One of the senior students continued. Obviously, in the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu, no one thought that Lin Feng could win, because Huang Fuyu was simply too powerful. Qi condensation, sensing Lin Feng's increasingly powerful battle intent, Huang Fuyu's face revealed a trace of astonishment. He then laughed coldly and said, "Even if you know how to condense your qi, it's useless against me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my fist-suppressing mountains and rivers." As his voice fell, Huang Fuyu directly rushed towards Lin Feng. This time, Huang Fuyu displayed a very powerful fist technique. Martial arts could suppress heaven and earth. His fists could suppress mountains and rivers. As soon as the fist suppresses the mountains and rivers was executed, a terrifying pressure filled the void. Fist suppressing mountains and rivers, destroying worlds. Once the divine fist was unleashed, it was invincible. Huang Fuyu had the aura of shattering the world with a single punch. That punch enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if millions upon millions of sacred mountains were crushing down on him. That terrifying pressure made it almost impossible for him to move. He could only allow Huang Fuyu's fist to fiercely smash into his body. Not good. Captain is in danger. Long Shiyu and the rest's faces changed. Even though they were separated by a distance, they could still feel the terrifying power of Huang Fuyu's attack. They were worried for Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu was truly too powerful. He was so powerful that it was almost impossible to fight against him. Take care of yourself first. The older students sneered, each wave of attack stronger than the previous one. On the side of the freshmen, it was 2 against 1. But compared to the older students on the Mountain River list, there was still a huge gap. Even if the 2 of them joined hands to fight against one of the older students, they were still suppressed to the point that they did not have the strength to retaliate. His defeat was only a matter of time. Lin Feng and Huang Fu Yu's battle had also reached a critical juncture. Huang Fu Yu's fist-suppressing mountains and rivers was truly too powerful. It had locked onto Lin Feng, causing Lin Feng to feel an immense pressure. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. Spatial magnetic field. Boom. With Lin Feng as the center, a spatial magnetic field was congealed. Within a radius of a dozen meters, a powerful suction force surged out and enveloped Huang Fu Yu, greatly suppressing Huang Fu Yu and restricting his movements. What is this technique? It's quite mysterious. Huang Fu Yu was surprised. However, Huang Fu Yu's strength was too terrifying. Although Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field had greatly restricted Huang Fu Yu's movements, Huang Fu Yu was still able to move freely, although his speed was slightly reduced. However, his speed was still very fast. Lin Feng did not dare hesitate. He continued to activate the second and third devouring martial spirit. Spatial magnetic field, triple superposition. Boom, boom. When the three spatial magnetic fields were superposed together, the restrictive power of the spatial magnetic field was displayed to the extreme. Even if it was Huang Fu Yu, his movements were also greatly restricted. Back then, Lin Feng's three empty space magnetic fields had made it difficult for Yuan Chenxing to move. But now, Huang Fu Yu's three empty space magnetic fields had slowed him down, but he could still move. He walked towards Lin Feng and said, icily, "Indeed, you're a terrifying cultivator. No wonder Yuan Chenxing was defeated by you back then. But if you think you can defeat me with that, you won't be able to do it." Huang Fu Yu had already arrived in front of Lin Feng, and a terrifying punch was thrown towards Lin Feng. "Wind rises, clouds soar," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He had also attacked. In the forest, a strong wind was blowing. "The wind is rising." Many people cried out in alarm. "Look, over there." Some people pointed towards the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fu Yu. A hurricane swept over and instantly tore the trees and rocks that were enveloped by the hurricane into pieces. Then, the hurricane rushed towards Huang Fu Yu. In a flash, the hurricane swallowed Huang Fu Yu whole. "Break!" shouted Huang Fu Yu loudly. That terrifying hurricane was actually dispersed by Huang Fu Yu's roar. Huang Fu Yu was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, and he threw a punch at Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng's great covering the heavens hand was ready to attack Huang Fu Yu. Bang! Everybody could see that Lin Feng and Huang Fu Yu were once again colliding violently. Crack, crack! That tyrannical strength spread out, and the ground cracked. Cracks appeared all around the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fu Yu. Everyone's faces were filled with incomparable shock. How terrifying was the power that spread out to cause such a terrifying destructive power. After the second collision with Huang Fu Yu, Lin Feng suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying strength enter his body. It was like a flood that wanted to tear him apart. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to withstand Huang Fu Yu's attack. But Lin Feng had practiced the ancient dragonesque elephant formula, which was considered the #1 godly technique of the immemorial era. His body was even stronger than a demon's body. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to withstand that terrifying strength. Then, he used the ancient dragonesque elephant formula to dissolve that terrifying strength again. "You really surprised me, but now it's time to end it." Huang Fu Yu was astonished when he saw that Lin Feng had managed to withstand his crushing mountains and rivers fist. But then, his face turned cold. Huang Fu Yu took a step forwards and threw an even more terrifying punch at Lin Feng. Chapter 164. Huang Fu Yu was too terrifying. Lin Feng's great heaven-covering hand was unable to injure Huang Fu Yu. This was enough to show how strong Huang Fu Yu was. Now, Huang Fuyu attacked again. This time, his attack was even more powerful and terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel suffocated. Apart from Lin Feng, who was in big trouble, the others were also in big trouble. Wu Ming and another new student called Sun Yu were besieging a senior student. However, their attacks were being countered by the senior student. The senior student seized the opportunity and attacked with two palms. Asterisk bang bang, asterisk Wu Ming and Sun Yu were immediately sent flying. Their true chi was scattered, and they no longer had the strength to fight. As for Huang Lei and Huang Linger, they were also completely suppressed by a senior student. That senior student took advantage of the gap between the two of them to rush forward and send Huang Lei flying with a punch. Following that, he sent Huang Linger flying with a palm strike. Huang Lei and Huang Linger also lost their ability to fight. The new students were constantly being defeated. Although the new students had more people and each of them was besieging a senior student, the strength of these seniors was too terrifying. Even though they were fighting 1 against 2, they were still relaxed. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk, a series of muffled sounds of collision were heard, accompanied by painful groans. Then the new students were sent flying and fell to the ground. Their true chi was scattered, and they lost the ability to fight. In the blink of an eye, 14 new students were defeated. Long Shiyu, Yan Gan, Xianyuan Zhan, Xiao Yifei, and the others were also struggling. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. The gap between them is too big. Many students who were hiding in the forest to watch the show shook their heads when they saw the new students being defeated by the seniors. Huang Fuyu's team was too strong. It was not something the new students could compete with. Now, everyone was looking at Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu. The battle between the two of them had reached a critical moment. Huang Fuyu attacked once again. His palm blasted towards Lin Feng. Obviously, Huang Fuyu wanted to finish off Lin Feng quickly. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng felt the terror of Huang Fuyu's attack. His expression was very dignified. In order to deal with Huang Fuyu, Lin Feng had already used the triple spatial magnetic field and the great heaven-covering hand, but Huang Fuyu had still easily neutralized his attacks. Lin Feng knew that it was too difficult to defeat Huang Fuyu. Now, Lin Feng felt a deep pressure from Huang Fuyu. Huang Fuyu was like an insurmountable mountain. That terrifying attack carried with it a terrifying aura that could destroy everything as it blasted down in an instant. Danger! 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 Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Let's fight! Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He began to madly circulate the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Boom! The Archean dragonesque elephant art was activated. The shadow of the Archean dragonesque elephant condensed behind Lin Feng's back. In Buddhism, dragonesque elephant meant the supreme god of power. The Archean dragonesque elephant destroyed everything with its terrifying power. In the myths and legends, it was said that the Archean dragonesque elephant stood in the starry sky and could destroy a galaxy with a single punch. From this, one could see how terrifying the Archean dragonesque elephant's power was. Now, Lin Feng had condensed the Archean dragonesque elephant. Roar! The Archean dragonesque elephant roared and swung its giant fist towards Huang Fuyu. What secret skill is this? Huang Fuyu's expression changed when he felt the terrifying aura from the Archean dragonesque elephant's body. He naturally felt the power of the Archean dragonesque elephant's shadow. This was Lin Feng's most powerful technique. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was the #1 forbidden theurgy of the Archean era. Once this forbidden theurgy was used, it could cause an extremely terrifying attack. Bang! The Archean dragonesque elephant's shadow and Huang Fu you clashed fiercely. The terrifying energy dissipated, and the mountains in the distance were shaken by the terrifying energy and collapsed. Even though there was a long distance between them, everyone could feel the suffocating aura. Kill! Lin Feng roared and activated the Archean dragonesque elephant art with all his might. The Archean dragonesque elephant and Lin Feng merged into one. The power of the Archean dragonesque elephant was completely infused into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu clashed together. The tyrannical energy shockwaves swept out, and a large area of the forest was destroyed. Heavens, that guy! He actually fought with Huang Fuyu for more than 10 rounds without being defeated. All the new and old students cried out in disbelief. Huang Fuyu! He was a powerful existence, ranked 27 on the Mountain River list. Lin Feng was just a new student. Originally, everyone thought that within 10 rounds, Lin Feng would be defeated by Huang Fuyu. But now, both sides had already clashed for more than 10 rounds, and Lin Feng was still not defeated. This gave everyone a huge shock. Bang, 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 the earth shook. The destructive power of the two's battle was too great. The earth sank, the mountains and rivers crumbled. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Feng extended his hand and grabbed a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. He pulled it up and smashed it towards Huang Fuyu. Break! Huang Fuyu roared and punched out, shattering the mountain peak. Lin Feng, it's time to end this. I'll show you my strongest attack, said Lin Feng furiously. Huang Fuyu shouted coldly. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from Huang Fuyu's dantian. Everyone saw a strange scene being projected from Huang Fuyu's dantian. A vast body of water appeared in the void. At the end of the vast ocean, a bright moon slowly rose into the sky. See rising moon. This was Huang Fuyu's martial soul. This was an extremely rare and terrifying martial soul. Even in the glorious immemorial era, a martial soul like the sea-rising bright moon could be considered a top martial soul. Lin Feng had experienced by Xuanyang's sea-rising Sunday. It was also a terrifying martial soul. The sun and the moon were opposites, but they complemented each other. However, it was obvious that Huang Fuyu's martial soul was many times stronger than Bai Xuanyang's martial soul. This was because Huang Fuyu was too strong. Bai Xuanyang was no match for him. Heaven's sea-rising moon. Huang Fuyu is being forced to this extent by Lin Feng. Lin Feng is going to lose. He can't resist Huang Fuyu's sea-rising moon. Many of the older students roared. Rumble! Sea-rising moon. The moon shone over the mountains and rivers. That moon was descending from the sky and moving straight towards Lin Feng to oppress him. A terrifying power poured out, as if a huge ancient mountain was pressing down on his body. The moon hadn't completely suppressed him. Lin Feng was almost defeated. Huang Fuyu's martial soul was too strong. Devouring martial soul. Lin Feng crazily circulated his 3 devouring martial souls. In his dantian, the 3 black holes formed by the devouring martial souls spun crazily. It was at this moment that a terrifying scene appeared. Rumble! The 3 devouring martial souls merged into one and flew out of Lin Feng's dantian. They floated above Lin Feng and turned into a huge black hole. It was like a black hole in the universe that could devour everything. When Huang Fuyu's sea-rising bright moon arrived, the bright moon was swallowed by Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. No, impossible. What martial soul is that? Huang Fuyu couldn't believe his eyes. Devouring martial soul, devouring everything. Lin Feng sneered in response. In the next moment, he stepped out, shrinking the ground into an inch. In a flash, he appeared in front of Huang Fuyu and punched out. Bang! Huang Fu Yu couldn't dodge in time. The punch ruthlessly landed on Huang Fu Yu's chest. Huang Fu Yu felt as if he was struck by lightning. He flew out 10 meters and directly broke a mountain. His body slid down. His face was as pale as paper. His true qi was dispersed by Lin Feng's punch. He no longer had the strength to fight. How is this possible? Huang Fu Yu was actually defeated. Everyone roared in disbelief. Huang Fu Yu, ranked 27 on the Mountain River list, was actually defeated. Countless shocked gazes looked at the handsome young man who was panting heavily with his hands on his hips. Even a terrifying existence like Huang Fu Yu was no match for him. How strong was he? Chapter 165. Defeated, Huang Fu Yu was actually defeated. In the main hall, Helian Changlong saw the scene in the bronze mirror and exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng defeating Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Qinxing was already shocking enough, but now, even the 27th ranked Huang Fu Yu was defeated. This was too terrifying. Institute Principal Ouyang Jintian took a deep breath and said, I really did not expect such a genius to appear in this batch of new students. Indeed, he's too strong. Even Huang Fu Yu is not his opponent. In the future, this brat will definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Mountain River list. Helian Changlong said. Even the top 5 is possible. Ouyang Jintian said. Captain was actually defeated. All the older students muttered in disbelief. They were fully aware of Huang Fu Yu's strength, but it was precisely because they knew how strong Huang Fu Yu was. At this moment, watching Huang Fu Yu being defeated by Lin Feng, they were shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. This guy actually defeated Huang Fu Yu. Xianyuan Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the battle with the older students, he and another new student were unable to withstand the older student's thunderous attacks and were defeated. Following that, a shocking scene occurred. Huang Fu Yu was defeated by Lin Feng. Who else? Lin Feng's cold gaze swept over the remaining 10 older students. These 10 older students were all experts on the Mountain River list. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. This battle, we lost. This is the older student token. Huang Fu Yu struggled to stand up, throwing his older student token to Lin Feng. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You deserve it, said Lin Feng. Huang Fu Yu said with a complicated expression. Before this, Huang Fu Yu would never have believed that he would be defeated by a new student. This is the older student token. The other older students also took out their tokens. Let's go. Huang Fu Yu led the group away. Heavens, this Lin Feng is too terrifying. Even Huang Fu Yu is not his opponent. Huang Fu Yu's defeat will surely shake the Azure Dragon Institute. Everyone, regardless of whether they were seniors or freshmen, were discussing animatedly. 6 hours later, Huang Fu Yu's group walked out of the Crouching Dragon Ridge. Heavens, is that Huang Fu Yu? Huang Fu Yu and the others have also come out? Did they lose as well? How is this possible? Huang Fu Yu is ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. How can he lose to a new student? Whether it was the students, teachers, or even the Azure Dragon Institute's elders and attendants, everyone was discussing fervently, looking at Huang Fu Yu, who was walking out step by step, even if he couldn't accept it. But this was the truth. There was only one reason why Huang Fu Yu and the others had walked out of the ancient forest, and that was because they had been defeated. Whoosh whoosh, 2 figures flew over from afar. They were none other than the Azure Dragon Institute's principal, Ouyang Jintian, and the Genius Barracks vice principal, Helian Changlong. Greetings, Chief. Everyone saluted Ouyang Jintian. No need to be so courteous. Ouyang Jintian waved his hand. Greetings, Prefecture Lord. Huang Fu Yu and the others walked up and bowed. I already know what happened in the ancient forest. All of you can go back and rest. Ouyang Jintian said. Yes, this disciple will take his leave. Huang Fuyu and the others left. Ouyang Jintian closed his eyes and rested. Many people were shocked. A peerless genius must have appeared in this assessment. Otherwise, how could the prefecture lord personally come? An elder inquired, Huang Fuyu, who did it? Huang Fuyu took a deep breath and answered, Lin Feng. With that said, he left with the rest of the group. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from the audience. Lin Feng. It's actually Lin Feng again. How terrifying is this Lin Feng? Even Huang Fu, you wasn't his opponent. Many people exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng, this name, again and again, shook everyone's heart. The new disciple assessment had yet to end, but Lin Feng's name had already spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. Did you hear? Even Huang Fu, you was defeated. What? Huang Fu, you was defeated? How is that possible? There's a new disciple that can defeat Huang Fu Yu? It's that Lin Feng who defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Qinxing, and now he defeated Huang Fu Yu. Heavens! Isn't this Lin Feng a little too terrifying? He's just a new disciple. Yet he defeated Huang Fu Yu, ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. How strong is this guy's cultivation? Next year when the Mountain River list is re-ranked, there will be a good show to watch. I think that Lin Feng will rise to the top of the Mountain River list, but who knows who will be pushed down? Those freaks at the top of the Mountain River list will probably be depressed that such a powerful new disciple actually appeared in the Azure Dragon Institute. The entire Azure Dragon Institute, whether it was the outer division, the Genius Barracks, the dining hall, the dormitory, or any corner of the campus, whether it was students, teachers, administrators, or elders, they were all talking about Lin Feng defeating Huang Fu Yu. Even the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen was talking about this matter. The fire Qilin, who was secretly eating in the kitchen, jumped up when it heard the chef's discussion, muttering, "This guy is actually so fierce. I heard that Huang Fu Yu was a 10th Heavenly Layer martial master, yet he was still defeated by this brat. Looks like this brat's cultivation must have advanced by leaps and bounds." After muttering to himself, the fire Qilin continued to lie on the floor, gnawing on a pig's shoulder. Hearing the commotion, several chefs took out their kitchen knives and quietly came to the corner where the fire Qilin was hiding. "You dog thing, you actually came here to steal food again. Today, I'll chop you up to go with my wine." Several chefs pounced on the fire Qilin. Recently, a kitchen thief had appeared in the kitchen because every day there would be a lot of things missing from the kitchen. No one knew who was eating them. These chefs had just finished cooking, but in the blink of an eye, they could disappear. These chefs searched for a long time before finally finding the culprit. His mother, a dragon in the shallows, is being toyed with by a shrimp-ah to think that in the past, this grandpa was also an invincible character in the 3,000 prefectures. Yet today I've fallen to the point of being chased and beaten by several chefs. I'm going to run. The fire Qilin jumped up, skillfully dodging the several chefs' attacks, jumping out the window, disappearing from sight. Time flowed by. 3 days later, the new disciple assessment ended. The top 30 students with the most outstanding results successfully entered the Azure Dragon Institute's Genius Barracks, but the Azure Dragon Institute did not lower their focus on the new disciples just because the new disciple assessment ended. Countless people were still discussing who exactly Lin Feng was. He actually defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, Yuan Qinxing, and Huang Fu Yu for famous Mountain River list senior students. Chapter 166. The Genius Barracks was located in the deepest part of the Azure Dragon Institute, completely separated from the outer division. Lin Feng, Long Shiyu, Yan Gan, Xianyuan Zhan, Xiao Yifei, and the rest, who had excellent results in the new disciple assessment, had successfully joined the Genius Barracks. A group of people headed to the Genius Barracks to report. The Genius Barracks was located at the highest peak. "How long has it been You're already as fat as a ball. I heard there's a kitchen thief in the Azure Dragon Institute recently. Could it be you? Lin Feng glared at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin pouted. Your damn devil bead swallowed all my god force. Of course I have to eat and drink to replenish my energy. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark in the Fire Qilin's words. It was obviously a glutton, yet it made it sound so fresh and refined. Lin Feng only wanted to say to the Fire Qilin, "You're really shameless." "Lin Feng, what are you mumbling behind us?" Xiao Yifei turned around to look at Lin Feng, who was lagging behind. Lin Feng smiled. "It's nothing." The Fire Qilin also obediently shut its mouth, following behind Lin Feng. Everyone felt a little strange that Lin Feng had such a pet following him. Huang Linger asked, "Lin Feng, what kind of pet is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Lin Feng blushed with shame. This was a divine beast, a Fire Qilin. In the Tianwu continent's 3,000 continents, there was probably only one. Moreover, it was a Fire Qilin that had shrunk to 1 meter in size. Of course you haven't seen it before. Ayo! The Fire Qilin growled at Huang Linger. Obviously, Huang Linger's way of addressing it had provoked the Fire Qilin's dissatisfaction. Looking at the Fire Qilin's ferocious appearance, Huang Linger's face paled. This little thing didn't look like a threat, so why was she so afraid? Huang Linger was also baffled by this point. Soon, the group reached the top of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large platform that looked like it was carved out by a blade. This was the Genius Barracks encampment. On the platform were layers upon layers of palaces. At this moment, many senior students had gathered at the entrance of the Genius camp. The older students also looked curiously at Lin Feng and the others. The Blood Dragon Gang is here. At this moment, someone shouted loudly. More than 20 senior students rushed over from afar. All of them were wearing blood-red robes. They were the elites of the Blood Dragon Gang. The person in the lead was a handsome young man. "It's the 9th elder of the Blood Dragon Society, Su Haotsong," someone said in surprise. Su Haotsong had an extraordinary position in the Genius camp. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a spirit array master. In the Azure Dragon Institute, a spirit array master status was 1 level higher than others. The Blood Dragon Gang's people looked coldly at Lin Feng's group after they arrived. "Senior brother, that guy is Lin Feng." A member of the Blood Dragon Gang pointed at Lin Feng. Su Haotsong glanced at Lin Feng and revealed a sinister expression. "The people of Wind Snow School are here." At this time, another commotion came from afar. More than 10 female students walked over, led by 2 extremely beautiful women. One of them was Su Zimo's cousin, Lung Qiushuang, while the other was Xue Ziao. Both of them were upper echelons of Wind Snow School. The Wind Snow School only recruited female students, and was also one of the 5 major forces in the Genius camp. "Look, the Drizzle Building's people are here." Someone shouted again. A group of people walked over from afar, and the one in the lead was a woman with a sword. That woman had picturesque features, a delicate figure, creamy skin, and rippling eyes. Such a delicate beauty, but her origin was extraordinary. This woman was called Zhou Yingying, and her brother Zhou Shiyu was the founder of the Drizzle Building. The Wild Tiger Gang's Yuan Qinxing is here. Someone shouted again. Yuan Qinxing had participated in this year's assessment as the leader of one of the 5 inner courtyard teams. Yuan Qinxing had lost to Lin Feng. However, this didn't make him feel discouraged. On the contrary, it ignited his fighting spirit. The Lightning Heaven Sect's Zhao Wu and the others are here. Someone pointed in the distance. More than a dozen older students were approaching. The leader of the group was Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was tall and burly, giving people a visual impact. There were many groups in the genius camp, big and small, but the most powerful groups were the Blood Dragon Gang, the Wind Snow School, the Drizzle Building, the Wild Tiger Gang, and the Lightning Heaven Sect. These 5 forces were not only established by the students, but they also had the support of the various clans and forces of the real Wushu country behind them. It was the first time that all 5 groups had come on the day of the Genius Camp. "Ha, Brother Lin, welcome to the Genius Camp," Yuan Qinxing said with a smile. "Brother Yuan." Lin Feng clasped his fists. "So this is Brother Lin? Old Zhao, I've heard a lot about you." Zhao Wu laughed and walked over, as if he knew Lin Feng very well. Lin Feng, the Blood Dragon Gang's Su Haotsong. The 9th elder of the Blood Dragon Gang, Su Haotsong, also walked over and greeted Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I heard that you train in sword techniques. You can come to my Drizzle Building for an exchange. I have 72 types of sword techniques here," Zhou Yingying said. "Lin Feng, welcome to the Genius Camp." Lung Qiu Shuang also walked over. The Genius Camp's 5 big groups were trying their best to rope in Lin Feng. None of the students found it strange. Lin Feng had defeated the 27th ranked Huang Fuyu of the Mountain River list. Naturally, he was the center of attention. To be able to recruit Lin Feng as one of their subordinates, it would definitely be a huge boost to their own power. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Lin Feng clasped his fists and replied politely, "All right, everyone make way. The new students still need to report." A loud and clear voice came out. Following that, a man who looked like an iron tower walked over. Seeing this man, many students shrunk their necks in fear. This was the head instructor of the Genius Camp's martial arts practice courtyard. All the students of the Genius Camp had suffered at the hands of this head instructor. This was to the point that the head instructor of the Genius Camp, Feng Gang, was given the nickname of Black Rakshasa by others. This is the head instructor of the martial arts practice courtyard. Yuan Qinxing whispered. Lin Feng nodded. "Follow me." Feng Gang glanced at Lin Feng and the others, then turned and walked inside. "Let's talk another day." Lin Feng clasped his fists and followed behind Feng Gang with Long Shiyu and the others. Many people started to disperse. "Senior brother, Guo Zifei, I'm afraid that Nailan Kuan's disappearance is related to this brat." A member of the Blood Dragon Gang whispered to Su Haotsong, "I already know about this matter. Tomorrow, invite him to the Broken Enchantment. I will personally talk to him. It's best if he understands the situation. Otherwise, at this point, a cold, killing intent appeared in Su Haotsong's eyes. Chapter 167. Lin Feng and the rest followed Feng Gang to settle the check-in procedures. From today onwards, they would be training in the Genius Barracks. There were 3,000 students in the Genius Barracks. All of them were powerful, and this place was a place for crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Furthermore, some of the students were extremely low profile and did not participate in the Mountain River list rankings, but that did not mean that they were not strong enough. The Genius Barracks had the most complete training system, including the training of martial arts. There was also the Alchemy Hall, the Spirit Array Hall, and the Weapon Refining Hall, the 3 auxiliary professions for the students to choose from. The vast 3,000 prefectures, Spirit Array Masters, and Alchemists had extremely high statuses. Although weapon refiners could not compare to Spirit Array Masters and Alchemists, they were still respected. To become a Spirit Array Master or Alchemist was not an easy task, as there was an extremely harsh requirement for Spirit Force. Weapon refiners, on the other hand, did not have such requirements. In the Genius Barracks, There were over 100 spirit array apprentices and alchemist apprentices, but there were only a few true spirit array masters and alchemists. To transform from a spirit array apprentice or alchemist apprentice to a spirit array master or alchemist apprentice was not an easy task, and the benefits that the disciples of the Genius Barracks received were extremely astonishing. Every one of them could receive 50 Great Dragon Pills every month to train, and if they wanted to obtain more Great Dragon Pills or other training resources, they could use points to exchange for them. Every day, the Genius Barracks would give out missions, and by accepting missions and completing them, they would be able to obtain points. When Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the dormitory, some of them rested, while others left the dormitory to visit the Genius Barracks, while Lin Feng and Fire Qilin walked towards the Spirit Array Hall. I feel that you should give up on spirit arrays and follow me to learn alchemy. I guarantee that I can nurture you into the greatest alchemist in the 3,000 prefectures. Fire Qilin twitched its mouth and said, "Were you very powerful in the past?" Lin Feng asked, "Of course, that year in the Sacred Sky Region's Alchemist Assembly, I was in the limelight." Fire Qilin said proudly. But thinking about his current state, he could not help but sigh. "It's all because of your damned demonic pearl that I am in this state. Sooner or later, I will eat it." Fire Qilin had a fierce look. He continued, "How about it? Do you want to learn alchemy?" "Of course I have to learn them, but the most important thing right now is to improve my skills in spiritual arrays. Although alchemy can allow me to concoct all kinds of precious pills, it can't provide me with a powerful fighting ability." Lin Feng said, "Damn, perhaps this is the main reason why alchemists are always lower in status than spirit array masters." The Fire Qilin said indignantly. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin arrived at the Spirit Array Master Hall. The Spirit Array Master Palace was a huge palace with 3 floors. Currently, Lin Feng's Spirit Array Master level had stopped at yellow rank, initial rank, and high rank. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would need to learn more advanced Spirit Array techniques. Clearly, the Jialan Academy did not have this kind of high-grade array formation, but the Azure Dragon Institute probably had it. The Spirit Array Master Hall was very spacious. The first floor was where students learned. The second and third floors were where spirit array techniques were placed. Lin Feng arrived at the second floor. At the entrance of the second floor, there was a gigantic door made of energy, which blocked Lin Feng's way. "Damn, this is the Soul Force Gate. Only those who have reached a certain level of soul force can enter. To this uncle, this is child's play." The Fire Qilin curled its lips. Although this guy's god force had been sucked dry by the devil bead, his soul force was still there. Lin Feng tried to pass through the Soul Force Gate and entered with ease. He said, "Once you reach yellow rank, initial rank, and initial rank, you should be able to enter." The Fire Qilin said, "It should be a method set up by those Spirit Array Master Apprentices. If one doesn't have enough soul power to touch a high-level Spirit Array technique, it will greatly damage one's soul source. At the same time, this gate of soul power can also act as a sensor. If someone tries to force their way through the gate of soul power, they will definitely be discovered by the other guardians. You're not a Spirit Array Master, so isn't this considered trespassing?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "That's right. I'm happy to." The Fire Qilin swaggered inside. This guy, Lin Feng, was quite speechless. He shook his head helplessly and walked inside. He saw that the second floor of the hall was filled with cupboards. Every cupboard was sealed by the Soul Force Gate. There were all kinds of spirit array techniques in the cupboards. Yellow rank, initial rank, initial rank, initial rank, fireball technique. Condense 12 spirit inscriptions to form a fireball. The fireball's explosion can cause great damage. Yellow rank, initial rank, clear water technique. Condense 15 spirit inscriptions to create clear water out of thin air. Yellow rank, initial rank, intermediate rank, imperial sky technique. Condense 26 spirit inscriptions to perform the imperial sky technique. You can control all kinds of objects from a distance and make them float in the air. Lin Feng looked at the dazzling array of spirit array techniques and was full of joy. His current spirit array techniques were all learned from Sun Tiantu. Many of the spirit array techniques were simple auxiliary spirit array techniques. For example, Lin Feng's body cleansing technique was to clean the filth on his body. As for attack-type spiritual array techniques, he had only trained in 2 types. One was the Great Azure Dragon Array, and the other was the Great Sword Ocean Array. However, these 2 types could not be called spiritual array techniques, but spiritual arrays. Spirit array. It was a large array set up by a spirit array master with the help of various materials. Once the large array was activated, it could cause great damage. For example, when he had set up the Great Azure Dragon Array, Lin Feng had used dozens of array materials to set it up successfully. This required him to prepare the materials in advance and set it up in advance. As for spirit array techniques, they were a kind of offensive method. As long as he circulated his soul force, he would be able to set it up very quickly. It was like using a martial art and could be quickly used to kill the enemy. Relatively speaking, spirit array techniques were more favored by spirit array masters. This was because spirit array techniques could be used in many situations, but spirit arrays required a lot of effort to set up in advance. Once a sudden battle broke out, spirit arrays would not be needed. This was what most spirit array masters thought, but Lin Feng did not think so. When he had first come into contact with spirit arrays, Sun Tiantu had once said, "Spirit arrays are the foundation of a spirit array master. Only by learning complex spirit arrays can one build a solid foundation. When one's foundation is solid, it will be much easier to learn spirit array techniques." "Lin Feng, take a look over here." The fire Qilin shouted. Lin Feng walked over and looked at the closet that the fire Qilin was pointing at. Yellow rank, initial stage, peak great array, great black tortoise array. A total of 72 spirit inscriptions are formed. Once successfully condensed, it can create the most powerful defensive power. Chapter 168. This was a basic array. It was not a spirit array technique. If one wanted to break through to the yellow rank, initial stage, or peak spirit array master, they naturally had to cultivate basic arrays first. For example, the Azure Dragon Array, the Sword Sea Array, and the Black Tortoise Array. When one broke through to the yellow rank, initial stage, or peak spirit array master, one could cultivate this level of spirit array technique. "This is the basic array I need." Lin Feng smiled. He reached out to grab the book on the Black Tortoise formation. Buzz. In a flash, the deployment marks on the wardrobe intertwined and turned into a terrifying wave of energy blocking Lin Feng's path. The soul power seal on the cabinet was very shocking and bounced away Lin Feng's hand. This Black Tortoise Array was a yellow rank, initial stage, and peak spirit array. Then, the soul power seal in the cabinet should be a yellow rank, initial stage, and peak spirit array. "Your soul power doesn't seem to be enough," Fire Qilin said. "Nonsense, I felt it long ago." Lin Feng curled his lips. He focused his mind. Then, he reached out his right hand for the second time. This time, the soul power seal on the cabinet only resisted for a moment. Lin Feng's right hand successfully passed through the soul power seal and took out the Black Tortoise Array. Success. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. Fire Qilin muttered, "Your soul power is growing really fast. It hasn't been long since you broke through to the yellow rank, initial stage, and Advanced Spirit Array Master. You really can't compare yourself to others. If other Spirit Array Masters knew about your cultivation speed, wouldn't they be depressed to death? Cough, cough. At this moment, coughing sounds came from the end of the passage. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin were shocked and turned to look. At the end of the passageway, a skinny old man in a black robe had appeared out of nowhere. That old man was squinting his turbid eyes and looking over. Fire Qilin suddenly felt his hair stand on end. When did this old man appear? He actually didn't notice. This made Fire Qilin's hair stand on end. Disciple Lin Feng greets Senior. After a short moment of shock, Lin Feng quickly recovered and bowed to the old man. The mysterious black-robed old man walked in front of Lin Feng and looked at Fire Qilin with a hint of surprise, as if he was wondering what kind of spirit beast Fire Qilin was. The old man quickly stopped looking at Lin Feng. He stretched out his skinny right hand and took the black tortoise deployment spell from Lin Feng's hand. The black tortoise deployment spell is not suitable for breaking through to a higher cultivation level. Senior, please enlighten me. Lin Feng clasped his hands. The old man looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're young, but your soul power is astonishing. The black tortoise array only has 72 spiritual marks. You should know that every time you break through, your soul power will greatly increase. The increase in your soul power has a lot to do with the array you use to break through. The stronger the array you use to break through, the more your soul power will increase after you break through. In the long run, the difference between using an ordinary array to break through and using a top-notch array is unimaginable. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I've been looking for a long time, but I only found this black tortoise array." Lin Feng said. The old man took out a yellow scroll from his sleeve and gave it to Lin Feng. "The Great Formation of Heavenly Spirits and Earthly Fiends." Lin Feng exclaimed. "The Big Dipper has 36 spiritual inscriptions, and the Earth Fiend has 72 spiritual inscriptions. If you use the Big Dipper Earthly Fiend array to break through, your soul power will be at least 3 times that of a spirit array master of the same level." The old man said. Lin Feng gasped. It was as the old man had said. If he used the black tortoise array to break through, it was made up of 72 spiritual marks. On the other hand, the celestial spirit array had 216 spiritual marks, a difference of 3 times. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." Lin Feng thanked the old man. "You don't have to thank me in a hurry. Do you know why many people would rather choose an ordinary array to break through than a high-level one?" The old man suddenly asked. "Because they don't have a high-level one." Lin Feng thought for a moment before answering. Slap! The old man slapped Lin Feng's head. Then he said angrily, "You're unteachable." Lin Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. He really didn't know. The old man took a deep breath and said, "It seems like you haven't been in contact with spirit arrays for long, so it's normal that you don't know." Lin Feng felt helpless. "If you think so, why did you hit me?" This slap of his was really unjust. It's because the degree of danger is different. If you're able to break through an ordinary basic array, such as the black tortoise array, then the difficulty of cultivating the heavenly spirit earth terminus array will increase by at least 3 times. However, the cultivation of spiritual arrays involves the soul. If there's a mistake during cultivation, it will cause great harm to the soul. Throughout history, there have been countless spiritual array masters who harmed their souls while cultivating spiritual arrays. In the end, the consequences were very serious. They suffered a backlash and could no longer cultivate. Hiss! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder spirit array masters would choose to cultivate an ordinary array to break through. The first reason was that it was hard to obtain a high-grade array. To begin with, a spirit array master's basic array or spirit array technique was extremely rare. Even a big force like the Azure Dragon Institute didn't have many. Moreover, some high-grade arrays were even harder to find. Of course, the main reason was the second reason. Just as the old man said, cultivating a high-grade array would cause too much damage. After all, a spirit array master was only a supporting profession. Cultivation was the foundation. For a supporting profession, one would risk the possibility of destroying one's cultivation. Who else could it be? Most likely, they wouldn't be willing to do such a thing. What? Scared? The old man's lips curled into a cold sneer. There was also a faint trace of disappointment. Lin Feng said, "Scared? I'm scared? Isn't it just 3 times the danger? To me, it's not a problem at all." Lin Feng raised his head to look at the old man again. He found that the old man had disappeared without a trace. How did he disappear? Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. Disappearing into thin air. Wasn't that too scary? The fire Qilin curled its lips and said, "What's the big deal? If my god force wasn't swallowed by the devil bead, this kind of trick would be child's play to me." "Stop bragging. Let's go." Lin Feng put the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend's array into his robes. F***CK. I've never bragged. Back in the day, I beat up a primal chaos ancestor in the depths of chaos, stepped on a 9-headed devil dragon at the peak of the Blue Sea, and kicked down an ancient Holy Land's Holy Lord with a single kick in the Middle Holy Land. I've done countless earth-shattering things. AI, stinky brat, don't walk so fast. Listen to me, I'm not bragging. Chapter 169. The new students had 10 days to adapt to the new environment. During that time, they weren't allowed to participate in the cultivation of the geniuses. Instead, they were allowed to understand everything about the geniuses camp, including the structure of the geniuses camp, the details of each courtyard, the history of the geniuses camp, and so on. After Lin Feng went back, he locked himself in his room and told Long Shiyu and the others not to disturb him. The fire Qilin said, "That old man is playing tricks. He wouldn't have given you an incomplete basic formation, would he? Be careful of failing and turning into an idiot." Bang! Lin Feng sent the fire Qilin flying with a kick. The fire Qilin roared in anger. "Are you bullying me because I don't have any god force? Truly, when a tiger falls to the plains, it will be bullied by dogs." Lin Feng scolded. "Speaking such depressing words at such a critical moment, I'll stew you next time." The fire Qilin was indignant. "I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Just shut up or go back to being a kitchen thief." Lin Feng said, "That's a really good idea." After hearing you say that, the gluttonous bug immediately came out. The fire Qilin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and ran out with a swoosh, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng began to mourn for the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen. Wherever the fire Qilin went, there would be chaos. Everyone would shout and beat him. This guy was a complete disaster. If it weren't for the devil bead devouring his god force, who knew how many things would have happened? After the fire Qilin left, Lin Feng began to prepare to practice the great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. He closed the door and windows, then took out the necessary talisman brushes, talisman papers, and talisman liquid. To practice the formation, one had to try to draw the spirit patterns on the formation over and over again, which required a strong soul force. The Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation had a total of 216 spirit patterns. Lin Feng spent 3 hours reading the book on the Great Deployment Spell of Celestial Baleful Earthly Evil Deployment Spell. Then, he carefully comprehended the key points of every step recorded in the book. The method of drawing each spiritual mark was memorized in his mind. This was a huge project because each spirit pattern had a myriad of variations. The higher the level of the formation, the more complicated the structure of the spirit pattern. If a low-level yellow rank spirit array master forcibly drew the great heaven spirit earth terminus formation, even if it was just one spirit pattern, it would probably turn the other party into an idiot. Even if it was just one spirit pattern, a low-level yellow rank spirit array master soul force, the yellow rank spirit array master soul force would not be able to support such a huge consumption. Besides, Lin Feng had to memorize all 216 marks in his brain. One could imagine how difficult that was. If he had been able to create the Xian Wu deployment spell, he wouldn't have had to face so much pressure. The initial stages of becoming a spirit array master were very important. The more profound the foundational formation was, the more powerful one's soul force would be after the breakthrough. Soul power was too important to a spirit array master. It was related to what level a spirit array master could reach in the end. When Lin Feng memorized the 150 spirit patterns of the great heaven spirit earth terminus formation, he felt a piercing pain throughout his body. It was a piercing pain that originated from his soul, a pain brought about by his soul origin. The great heaven spirit earth terminus formation contained too much information. Even with Lin Feng's current soul force, it was difficult for him to completely grasp it. As expected of a top-notch foundational formation, I can't hold on much longer with just 150 spiritual inscriptions. Lin Feng's face was very pale. In fact, Lin Feng's soul force was very strong. During the Spirit Array Master Talent Test, Lin Feng's soul force was the highest level, orange. Initial soul force was divided into white, silver white, cyan, dark gold, gold, dark purple, purplish gold, and orange. Every time a Spirit Array Master's realm increased, their soul force would greatly increase. For example, a yellow rank beginner and advanced Spirit Array Master with a white talent, and a yellow rank beginner and advanced Spirit Array Master with a dark gold rank beginner and advanced Spirit Array Master might have a difference of several times. A difference of several times in soul force at the same level was too terrifying. This kind of difference was difficult to make up for. And Lin Feng talent was orange, the highest level among the 10. His soul force was definitely at the peak of his level. But even so, Lin Feng still couldn't memorize all the 216 spirit patterns recorded in the great heaven spirit earth terminus formation. It seemed impossible for a spirit array master at Lin Feng level to cultivate this kind of formation. It was simply a fool's dream to cultivate this great heaven spirit earth terminus formation and break through. It was completely unrealistic. Archean dragonesque elephant. Suppress it. Lin Feng endured the piercing pain in his head and circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Boom. In Lin Feng's mind, the image of the Archean dragonesque elephant appeared. It stepped on the sky and had a galaxy above its head. It suppressed the world. When the Archean dragonesque elephant appeared, the piercing pain disappeared. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was indeed worthy of being the #1 Archean taboo divine art. There were many times when it could play a huge role and help Lin Feng turn danger into safety. Just like now, Lin Feng memorized 150 spirit patterns in his mind and began to comprehend the remaining spirit patterns. When he comprehended 180 spirit patterns, an even more piercing pain swept through his body. It was so painful that Lin Feng started to twitch. Lin Feng turned pale and continued to circulate the Archean dragonesque elephant art to suppress it. Finally, after an hour, the pain disappeared. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the spirit patterns of the great heaven spirit earth terminus formation. When he comprehended the 210th spirit pattern, the pain came again. This time, the indescribable pain almost made Lin Feng collapse. But the Archean dragonesque elephant art protected Lin Feng's soul from the backlash. In the end, Lin Feng comprehended the 216th spirit pattern recorded in the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. Phew! It was only at this moment that Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His mental state also gradually calmed down. After resting for 2 hours, Lin Feng started to practice the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. The most difficult part of drawing a formation was the comprehension of the formation. As long as he could comprehend the wonders of the various spirit patterns of the formation, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough by practicing continuously. For 5 days, Lin Feng drew thousands of talismans. Finally, on this day, a shocking energy fluctuation came from the room. On the talisman paper, densely packed spiritual inscriptions intertwined to form a complex array. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be ancient doors standing in the formation. Those were the Great Heaven Spirit Gate and the Great Earth Terminus Gate. I've finally broken through to the yellow stage, the peak of the elementary stage Spirit Array Master. Lin Feng smiled. TSK. Suddenly, the talismans that were used to draw the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation burned and turned into ashes. Chapter 170. After a few days of seclusion, he had broken through to the yellow, initial, and peak spirit array master, which made Lin Feng very happy. After coming out of seclusion, Zhang Pingfan saw Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, here are the invitations from the 5 major powers." Lin Feng took a look and saw that the 5 major powers had invited him to a gathering in the genius camp. Obviously, they wanted to rope him in. However, Lin Feng had no intention of joining any of them. Reject the invitations from the Blood Dragon Gang, Thunder Firmament Sect, Drizzle Building, and Wild Tiger Gang. Lin Feng said. Only Lung Qiushuang's Wind Snow School was left. This school only recruited female disciples and did not accept male disciples. In addition, Lung Qiushuang had helped him before, so Lin Feng did not want to reject her. If we reject their invitations, will we offend them? Zhang Pingfan asked worriedly. If we only go to one of them, we'll offend the other 3. If we go to all 4, won't we be criticized for having a good character? We might as well reject all of them. This way, the 4 major powers will feel better. As for the Wind Snow School, they don't recruit male disciples. Because of Su Zimo, I have some connections with Lung Qiushuang. Even if we go to the banquet, we don't have to worry about the other 4 powers' suspicion. Lin Feng said. Zhang Pingfan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll reject the other 4 now." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. He walked out of his residence and headed towards the Wind Snow School. At the Wind Snow School, he saw Lung Qiushuang and Xue Ziao, who was with her before. "Ha ha ha ha, Junior Brother Lin, it's our great honor to have you here at the Wind Snow School," Xue Ziao said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Senior Sister Xue, you're too kind. I'm here today to thank you for helping me out that day." Lung Qiushuang's personality was cold. She said, "Actually, you didn't need me to help you out. With your strength, why would you be afraid of Song Zhanyuan?" Lin Feng said, "Senior Sister Lung's chivalry is admirable. Of course, I have to thank you. Don't flatter each other. Junior Brother Lin, come and visit the Wind Snow School," Xue Ziao said with a smile. "Senior Sister Xue, please lead the way." Lin Feng clasped his fists. Xue Ziao and Lung Qiushuang looked at the Wind Snow School. There were more than 300 people in total, many beautiful female students. Lin Feng's. Feng. Being on good terms with a monstrous student like Lin Feng was 100 benefits without any disadvantages. By the time they left the Wind Snow School, it was already evening. Lin Feng headed toward his residence. On the way, two students blocked his path. Junior brother Lin, we're from the Blood Dragon Gang. I'm Fan Tao, and this is Song Yang. Senior brother Su Haotsong sent us here to invite brother Lin. The skinny student with a slightly sinister gaze said, "This person was Fan Tao." Lin Feng had an impression of Su Haotsong. When they had just arrived at the Genius Barracks, Su Haotsong had already appeared. "Please lead the way," Lin Feng said. "Follow us." Fan Tao and Song Yang turned around and led the way. Neither of them spoke to Lin Feng. They brought Lin Feng to a mountain range deep in the Genius Barracks. There was no palace here, and according to Lin Feng's knowledge, this place was called the Broken Mountain. It was said that in the past, it was an important place for the Azure Dragon Institute and was covered with powerful restrictions. Later on, a great battle broke out, and the restrictions were destroyed. If someone who didn't understand formations casually barged in, it was very likely that they would trigger some of the broken restrictions. In the best-case scenario, they would be injured, and in the worst-case scenario, they would be killed. "Is this a place to discuss matters?" Lin Feng frowned. Song Yang coldly said, "Just follow us. What's with all the nonsense?" Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, but he restrained himself. He wanted to see what these people wanted to do. Could it be that they wanted to commit murder here? The Genius Barracks forbade students from fighting. It didn't take long for the three of them to reach the foot of the Broken Mountain. Su Haotsong was already waiting for them. "Senior brother, Lin Feng is here," Fan Tao said. Su Haotsong nodded. His narrow eyes looked at Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother Lin, I sent you an invitation on behalf of the Blood Dragon Gang, but you refused. What is the meaning of this? Not giving me face. Not giving the Blood Dragon Gang face." Lin Feng said, "I have no intention of joining any force. Not only did I refuse the Blood Dragon Gang, but I also refuse the other forces. I have no other intentions." "Humph. Refusing my Blood Dragon Gang is not giving us any face. I'll give you a choice now. Do you want to join my Blood Dragon Gang or not? Think carefully before you answer me." Su Haotsong looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. Lin Feng said, "My attitude is still the same as before. I won't join any force. If it's just this matter, then I'll take my leave." Lin Feng turned around, wanting to leave. Fan Tao and Song Yang blocked Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng said coldly, "What is the meaning of this?" Su Haotsong sneered. "Lin Feng, you really don't want face. Fine, since I've given you face and you don't want it, then let's make things clear. Guazifei, did you kill Nailan Kun?" Lin Feng sneered. "You want to frame me? Do you have evidence? If you do, you can report me to the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups. If you don't, then shut your mouth." "Impudent," Su Haotsong snorted. "You think you can be so impudent in front of me just because you defeated Huang Fuyu? Even Huang Fuyu doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Do you know that you're talking to a great spirit array master? Correct your attitude." Lin Feng sneered. "I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Is it because you're a spirit array master?" Su Haotsong looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "People like you will never know how terrifying a spirit array master is. Do you know where you are? This is the Shattered Mountain, and there are broken barriers everywhere. Even the Institute Master's treasure, the complete sky mirror, can't see what's going on here. I called you here, so I can deal with you however I want. I can even crush you like a bug, and no one will know." Lin Feng said coldly, "It seems like you had this idea from the beginning. If you knew what's good for you, then not only would we write off your past, my Blood Dragon Gang would also think highly of you. However, you don't want face. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel before me and swear allegiance to my blood dragon gang, and I'll spare you today. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the shattered mountain." A trace of killing intent appeared on Su Haotsang's face. He looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant attitude, as if everything was under his control. Chapter 171. Fan Tao and Song Yang were both sneering. Obviously, the two of them also thought that they could defeat Lin Feng today. They had absolute confidence in Su Haotsang because he was a spiritual array master. Su Haotsang's strength was ranked 126th on the Mountain River list. However, many of the top-ranked students were fearful of him because of his identity as a spiritual array master. Other than his own strength, he could also use spiritual array techniques against his enemies. Many people who seemed to be much stronger than Su Haotsang found it difficult to defeat him because he knew spiritual array techniques. This was the terrifying aspect of a spiritual array master. And here, there were broken restrictions everywhere. To others, the broken mountain was a place full of danger, but to a spiritual array master, it was a place he could use. In the broken mountain, a spiritual array master could display his strongest abilities. This was the main reason why Su Haotsang called Lin Feng here. Su Haotsang believed that in the broken mountain, even if Lin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape from his palms. Fan Tao coldly said, "Brat, senior brother Su Haotsang has already given you several chances. Don't be stubborn. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, this will be your burial ground." Lin Feng coldly said, "As a student of the Azure Dragon Institute, you actually dared to be so cruel and merciless as to kill other students. If the Azure Dragon Institute finds out, you will die a horrible death. Who knows how many days it will be when your corpse is found? Who would know that we did it? So what if they suspect us? Would the Azure Dragon Institute make things difficult for us for a dead person?" Song Yang disdainfully said. Good. Since it's like this, then I will kill the 3 of you today." Killing intent appeared on Lin Feng's face. The 3 of them wanted to kill him. Lin Feng was not a weak person. Others wanted his life. How could he not retaliate? Was he still a man? A man should live a vigorous life. "Brat, it seems like you're looking for death." Su Haotsang's face suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. Shua. He repeatedly formed hand seals. This Su Haotsang was ready to use his spiritual array technique. "Confinement technique." Su Haotsang coldly shouted. An array of light flew out. That light was intertwined with dozens of spiritual patterns. This was an extremely powerful confinement technique. Once one was enveloped by the light, they would be confined and unable to move. Senior brother Su Haotsang's spiritual array technique is getting more and more powerful. Fan Tao and Song Yang both had flattering looks on their faces. Senior spiritual array master, and at that time I'll be the first. Senior brother is truly a genius in the field of spirit array masters. He's only been cultivating for 10 years and he's about to break through to yellow rank, initial rank, and advanced rank spirit array master. The cultivation of a spiritual array master was very difficult. It required a strong comprehension ability. In 10 years, going from a spiritual array apprentice to a true spiritual array master, then to a yellow rank, a beginner rank, and an advanced spiritual array master was indeed a genius. Not everyone was as monstrous as Lin Feng. In a little more than a year, he had walked the path that others would take 10 or 20 years to complete. While the 3 of them were talking, the confinement technique had already been applied to Lin Feng. This brat is confined. Fan Tao and Song Yang laughed unscrupulously. Su Haotsang said, "What are you waiting for? Teach this brat a lesson. Don't kill him directly. Use a knife and cut off his flesh piece by piece." I want him to die by 1,000 cuts. This is the consequence of offending my blood dragon gang. Okay. Fan Tao responded and took out a dagger, stabbing it at Lin Feng. But nobody had thought that Lin Feng, who had been imprisoned, would suddenly move. Shua. Lin Feng dodged to the left, causing Fan Tao's attack to miss. Lin Feng punched at Fan Tao's chest. Bang. The powerful punch landed on Fan Tao's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fan Tao's chest caved in from Lin Feng's punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He twitched a few times and died. How did you break my confinement technique? Su Haotsang shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng looked indifferent. After killing Fan Tao, he rushed towards Song Yang. Song Yang's face changed, and he shouted, "Brother Su Haotsang, save me!" Fireball technique. Su Haotsang shouted coldly. He cast another spiritual array technique and condensed fireballs. Dozens of fireballs containing a destructive power flew towards Lin Feng. Humph! Lin Feng sneered. He activated his devouring martial spirit and formed a black hole. The fireballs were all swallowed. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Song Yang and threw a powerful punch at him. "I'll kill you." At this moment of life and death, Song Yang's ferociousness was stimulated. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng and Song Yang's energies collided violently. Song Yang and Lin Feng's arm was broken. Lin Feng then punched Song Yang's chest. Song Yang was like Fan Tao. He couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack and was blown away. His ribs were broken and he spat out blood. He fell to the ground and died. Lin Feng had also killed him. "It's your turn." Lin Feng looked at Su Haotsang with a murderous expression. "Boy, I want you dead." Su Haotsang shouted coldly. He attacked with spiritual inscriptions. Buzz. Su Haotsang used his spiritual inscriptions to activate the restrictive spells in the mountain. He wanted to use the restrictive spells to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the restrictive spells in the mountain can easily kill a general, let alone someone like you. Let's see how you'll die today. Su Haotsang laughed evilly. "You're a spiritual spellcaster. You want to use the power of the mountain to kill me, but I forgot to tell you that I'm also a spiritual spellcaster." Lin Feng smiled coldly. Swoosh! Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a few spiritual inscriptions flew out and collided with Su Haotsang's spiritual inscriptions. Su Haotsang's spiritual inscriptions were instantly destroyed. How is this possible? Su Haotsang couldn't believe his eyes. He was a low-level spiritual spellcaster, a medium-level spiritual spellcaster, but his spiritual inscriptions had been destroyed by Lin Feng's spiritual inscriptions. What did that mean? It meant that Lin Feng's spiritual spellcaster level was much higher than his. Go to hell! Lin Feng rushed towards Su Haotsang and punched him. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you." Su Haotsang begged. "How can I trust a fickle villain like you?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. "Let's see who's going to die." Su Haotsang roared and used a secret skill called Dragon Moves Between Heaven and Earth to attack Lin Feng. Spatial magnetic field. Confinement. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Su Haotsang was immediately confined in place by the spatial magnetic field. He couldn't move. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Su Haotsang and punched him with all his might. Bam! Bam! Su Haotsang's body was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. His body exploded into 1,000,000 pieces in the air. Chapter 172. Lin Feng took advantage of the darkness and left in a hurry because there were many broken restrictions here. Very few people came here. Because of this, Su Haotsang thought that it was a good place to kill people. At the same time, Lin Feng thought that it was a good place to kill Su Haotsang and the others. Even if Su Haotsang and the other two's corpses were found, it would take some time. By then, who would know that it was him? After returning to his residence, Zhang Pingfan smiled and said, I heard that there are many beautiful women in the Wind Snow School. Lin Feng, have you seduced any of them? He, with Captain's strength and appearance, I don't know how many beautiful women want to be with you. Wu Ming said enviously. Now, there were still many people who called Lin Feng captain. Huan Lei shrugged helplessly. His sister, Huan Linger, was too attentive and always liked to hang around Lin Feng. Of course, if Huan Linger really fell in love with Lin Feng, Huan Lei wouldn't object. Instead, he would be a bit complacent. If he had a brother-in-law like Lin Feng, he would also feel proud. Lin Feng said, there are so many beautiful women. Do you want to flirt with them? I can introduce you to some of them. Damn, Captain, we're counting on you for the rest of our lives. A group of animals surrounded him. Lin Feng said with a smile, I heard that the Wind Snow School has a requirement. If you want to flirt with the Wind Snow School's girls, you have to pass the test of the Wind Snow School's 18 Celestial Sword Formation. A while ago, someone tried to pass the test and was careless. An array of sword chi almost cut off his manhood. Wu Ming and the others' legs trembled, and they couldn't help but clamp their legs together. Xian Yuanzhan said, Forget it, we're here to cultivate, not to flirt with girls. Wu Ming and the others said, That's right, beautiful women are all beauties, and they'll hinder our cultivation. We're focused on cultivation, so we won't let these beauties affect us. Lin Feng was speechless as he looked at this group of people who were blowing their own trumpets. If they couldn't flirt with them, then they couldn't flirt with them. Very quickly, 10 days had passed. Lin Feng and the others had joined the geniuses' camp and were practicing cultivation as usual. The discovery of Su Haotsang and the other two's corpses caused a huge uproar in the Azure Dragon Institute. The Azure Dragon Mountain Institute started investigating this matter, but there was no evidence to prove who did it. It seemed like this matter was going to be left unsettled. The blood of the Blood Dragon Gang's group gathered. Xue Long, the president of the Blood Dragon Gang, said with a gloomy expression, Who did this? What do you think? One of the Blood Dragon Gang's core members said, Su Haotsang offended some people, but the place where he died was at the Broken Mountain. That place is densely covered with restrictions. As a spirit array master, with Su Haotsang's ability, he could borrow the power of the restrictions there. It's too difficult to kill him in the Broken Mountain. In the entire Azure Dragon Institute's genius camp, there are at most a dozen people with this ability, but as far as I know, these people wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that Lin Feng? One of the Blood Dragon Gang's core members suddenly said, That new student? Blood Dragon frowned slightly. The core member nodded and said, Lin Feng had a conflict with Guazifei in the past. Guazifei joined the new student assessment, but he disappeared without a trace. Until now, he hasn't been found. It's very likely that he met with an accident. This Lin Feng is the biggest suspect. Evidence? Blood Dragon asked. This, we don't have any evidence. However, there are traces of a fight near the lake in the depths of the forest. Some people also said that they saw Guazifei and Nalen Kuan moving around there. The spiritual beast elder's pet python is kept in the lake. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have gone there unless they were chasing someone. That core member voiced out his conjecture. Another core member said, Hao Tsang said that he wanted to investigate this matter. Senior brother, do you think this Lin Feng really did it? Blood Dragon pondered for a moment, then said, With this Lin Feng's strength, it won't be easy to kill Hao Tsang in the Broken Mountain. However, this person is indeed very suspicious. Tell the people below to keep a close eye on him. As long as we can find evidence, we'll cut him into pieces. Yes, the core members of the Blood Dragon Gang responded. Lin Feng practiced cultivation every day. After that, he continued to study the deployment spells he had learned. One day, Lin Feng went to the alchemist's palace. Lin Feng wanted to learn alchemy. With the Fire Qilin's guidance, Lin Feng was confident that his alchemy skills would improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, to become an alchemist, one had to pass a test. There were strict requirements to become an alchemist. First, one's soul had to be much stronger than an ordinary person's. Second, one's soul had to be of the fire element. A person's body was made up of the 5 basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The soul was the same. Only those with a fire element could become an alchemist. This required a test. The alchemist's palace was divided into 5 floors. The first floor was the main hall. It was very spacious and empty. The path to the second floor was blocked by a flaming door. Only alchemists had the qualifications to enter this door. The alchemist's palace is off limits. A low voice sounded in the main hall. Lin Feng said, "Senior, this disciple is here to test my alchemy talent." "Test your alchemy talent?" The voice sounded surprised. "Then come in. Wait for me in the room at the deepest part of the second floor." Shua, the flames on the flaming door extinguished, and Lin Feng walked through it. When he entered, the flaming door burst into flames again. This was very similar to the Soul Force door in the Spirit Array Master Palace. Not only could it prevent people from entering, if someone tried to force their way in, the flaming door would create a loud commotion. The elder overseeing the alchemist's palace would be able to sense it. Lin Feng arrived on the second floor. The second floor was divided into different rooms. Bookshelves were placed in these rooms, and on these bookshelves were books related to alchemy. Occasionally, one could see several students studying in these rooms. These students were most likely apprentice alchemists. In the entire Azure Dragon Institute, there were about 200 apprentice alchemists, but the number of real alchemists could be counted on one's fingers. Among these 200 apprentice alchemists, only 3 to 4 people would be able to become alchemists. Chapter 173. Lin Feng went to a room in the depths of the hall. This should be where the alchemist talent test was conducted. The room was completely empty. Nothing was placed there. After waiting for about 15 minutes, an old man wearing a snow-white alchemist robe entered the room. This old man was the great elder of the alchemist hall, Mo Wuya. "Are you the one who wants to take the alchemist talent test?" The old man asked. "Yes, I am." Lin Feng bowed. "Have you come into contact with alchemy before?" Mo Wuya asked. "Never." Lin Feng said. Mo Wuya furrowed his brows and asked, "Age?" 16. Lin Feng replied. Mo Wuya continued. "If you want to become an alchemist, you need to be an alchemist apprentice for 4 to 6 years. You need to properly study the system, identify different types of spiritual herbs, understand the uses of each spiritual herb, understand the reactions of different spiritual herbs when mixed together, etc. You're already 16 and have never come into contact with an alchemist. It's already too late. You started too late compared to others. How can you catch up to others?" Said Lin Feng. "Elder, you're right. But I've heard that in terms of medicine concoction, one's natural talent and perception are very important. External knowledge is secondary. As long as I can confirm that I'm a talented alchemist, I'll be able to learn the basics of medicine concoction. And you're quite thoughtful." Mo Wuya nodded. He then took out a fiery red crystal ball. This fiery red crystal ball was a tool used to test alchemy talent. It was similar to the transparent crystal ball used to test alchemy talent. Pour your spiritual energy into it. your spiritual energy and elemental attributes will be revealed. Mo Wuya said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He took a deep breath. He placed his right hand on the fiery red crystal ball and poured his spiritual energy into it. Whoosh! In an instant, the fiery red crystal ball began to change. Scorching hot energy was emitted from it. Within the crystal ball, a ball of fire burned fiercely. The alchemist talent test was rather complicated. Alchemy talent was determined by two aspects. The first aspect was the strength of one's spiritual energy. Similar to the alchemist talent, the alchemist's spiritual energy was divided into white, silver, green, dark gold, gold, dark purple, purple, and orange. Fire talent was also divided into 10 levels. After pouring one's spiritual energy into the crystal ball and igniting a ball of fire, that was a 1-star talent. If there were 2 clusters of flames burning, it would be a 2-star talent, and so on and so forth. The highest was 10 flames could ignite. 10 stars was the strongest talent. At that moment, Lin Feng's soul was penetrating into the crystal ball, and the first fire started burning. Mo Wuya was slightly surprised. Lin Feng had managed to ignite his first fire so quickly. According to Mo Wuya's experience, Lin Feng's fire affinity wasn't weak. He was at least a 3-star talent. Not everyone who had the talent to become an alchemist was worth nurturing. Alchemist talent. Out of 100 people with alchemy talent, only 1 student with 3-star talent and above would appear. In the entire Zhenwu country, the 9 great academies and the imperial capital's Azure Dragon Institute had more than 1 million students. However, the Azure Dragon Institute only had about 200 alchemist apprentices. From this, one could see how low the probability of becoming an alchemist was. But soon, Mo Wuya was shocked, because within the crystal ball, one flame after another was ignited. When the 3rd flame was ignited, the 4th flame was ignited, and then the 5th. When the 6th flame was ignited, Mo Wuya's hands trembled slightly. When the 7th flame was ignited, Mo Wuya's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. He was completely shocked. When the 8th flame was ignited, Mo Wuya felt as if his neck was being strangled. He felt like he was suffocating. When the 9th flame was ignited, Mo Wuya's eyes widened. He was deeply shocked. When the 10th flame was ignited, Mo Wuya's mind went blank. Fire attribute, 10-star talent. The legendary medicine king, Luo Xinghe, he was merely a 9-star talent. What shocked Mo Wuya even more was yet to come. Inside the crystal ball, rays of light soared to the sky. First, it was white, then silver, then cyan, dark gold, dark purple, purple gold, and finally it stopped at orange. Soul talent, 10 stars. Mo Wuya cried out in disbelief. Even though he had lived for several hundred years, he had never heard of such a genius. 10-star fire attribute talent, 10-star soul talent. This was simply a heaven-defying, monstrous character. Bang! Suddenly a loud sound rang out. The crystal ball actually exploded. Heavens! How is this possible? The crystal ball exploded. The crystal ball couldn't withstand this kid's soul force. He has a 10-star soul talent, but his soul strength isn't the same as his initial soul strength. His soul strength must have increased by a large margin to be able to explode the crystal ball. This soul strength is at least at the level of a profound-level alchemist. At this moment, Mo Wuya was shocked to the point of numbness. 10-star soul talent, 10-star fire attribute talent. He had yet to become an alchemist, but his soul force had already reached the level of a profound rank alchemist. This was too monstrous. Once one became an alchemist, their soul force would improve greatly in the process of refining medicine. This was the same principle as drawing a spiritual array. Drawing a spiritual array could also improve one's soul force. Every time one drew a spiritual ray or refined medicine, it was a huge consumption of soul force. When everything was over, one would slowly recover, and their soul force would gradually increase. Cough, cough. Elder, I'm really sorry. I accidentally burst the crystal ball. Lin Feng said, awkwardly. Only then did Mo Wuya recover from his deep shock. He tried hard to calm himself down. Mo Wuya knew very well what Lin Feng's talent represented. Perhaps in the future, a medicine king would walk out of the Azure Dragon Institute. At that time, it would definitely shake the 3,000 provinces. No, that's not right. The East region's #1 medicine king, Luo Xinghe, only had an 8-star soul talent and a 9-star fire attribute talent. Before he became an alchemist, his soul force was at the level of a mid-grade yellow rank alchemist. This kind of talent was heaven-defying, but compared to Lin Feng's talent, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Luo Xinghe's talent was far inferior to Lin Feng's, yet he could become a medicine king that shocked the 3,000 provinces. With Lin Feng's talent, could he become a medicine emperor in the future? Or even a legendary medicine emperor? Chapter 174. The shock that Lin Feng brought to Mo Wuya was hard to describe with words. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Mo Wuya's mind, thinking of how to keep Lin Feng in the Azure Dragon Institute. If this kind of monstrous genius continued to stay in the Azure Dragon Institute, perhaps in the future, the Azure Dragon Institute would grow stronger, becoming like those ancient forces, instead of being limited to a single country. It's just a crystal ball, nothing much. What's your name? Mo Wuya asked. Disciple is Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng? Mo Wuya was surprised. He had naturally heard of Lin Feng's great name. It was just that he had never met him in person. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I am. Mo Wuya was inwardly astounded. This kid not only had a high cultivation, his talent in alchemy was also astounding, truly a monstrous genius. After sighing inwardly, Mo Wuya said, Your talent in alchemy is astonishing, but without a good teacher, you're destined to take many detours. Even more so, it will be difficult to achieve great things on the path of alchemy. Lin Feng did not interrupt, only listening quietly. Mo Wuya continued, I'll accept you as my disciple. How about it? Accept me as your disciple? Lin Feng was surprised. Mo Wuya said, That's right. Accept you as my disciple. This old man is a mystic, high and peak alchemist, as well as our true martial country's #1 alchemist. Accepting you as my disciple, isn't that more than enough? With this old man personally guiding you, when the time comes, your alchemy skills will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Many thanks for Elder's kindness. Lin Feng cupped his fists. That Fire Qilin guy had always bragged in front of Lin Feng about how awesome he was in the past, but Lin Feng had always been noncommittal. Based on that Fire Qilin guy's boastful personality, 30% of his words were true and 70% false. Was he really an alchemist? Instead of placing his hopes on the Fire Qilin, he might as well take Mo Wuya as his master and properly learn alchemy. Mo Wuya nodded in satisfaction. He had expected that Lin Feng would not reject him. So he continued, If you accept me as your master, I will teach you the best alchemy techniques and even ancient recipes. These things are priceless, but they are not without conditions. Elder, please explain. Lin Feng said, I need you to stay in the Azure Dragon Institute. Mo Wuya said. Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly, asking, Always staying in the Azure Dragon Institute? That's right. You must continue to cultivate in the Azure Dragon Institute, and in the future, you are not allowed to join other forces. You will gradually replace my position, and in the future, the Azure Dragon Institute's principal position will be yours. You will shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Azure Dragon Institute. Mo Wuya said. In Mo Wuya's eyes, Lin Feng was just a disciple of a small family, and the Azure Dragon Institute was the true martial country's most powerful force. Even the true martial country's emperor treated the Azure Dragon Institute's principal as an honored guest. If Lin Feng were to become the Azure Dragon Institute's principal in the future, then the Lin family would leap from a small family to one of the true martial country's super forces. In Mo Wuya's opinion, this condition was something Lin Feng could not refuse. But Mo Wuya's guess was wrong. Lin Feng had the divine beast Fire Qilin by his side. If Mo Wuya was just an ordinary student, he might really agree to Mo Wuya's condition. But Lin Feng would not, because Lin Feng had learned about the wonders of the 3,000 prefectures from the Fire Qilin. In the future, he still wanted to explore the depths of the chaos, explore the ancient ruins, go to the foothills of the Blue Sea, and battle the heroes of the world. In the future, Lin Feng wanted to be like the ancient great powers, reaching out his hand and grabbing the stars in outer space. Lin Feng wanted to be like the Supreme Beast King, able to carry a boundless ocean while flying. Lin Feng still wanted to live forever and never die. But these were things the Azure Dragon Institute could not achieve. Whether it was the ancient divine ability or the art of immortality, none of them were things of force on the level of the Azure Dragon Institute could provide. The only way was to join a stronger force, like the ancient great powers, or even some ancient holy grounds that surpassed the ancient great powers. Only then could one seek immortality and cultivate a supreme divine ability. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Feng to stay in the Azure Dragon Institute forever. Lin Feng said, "I'm sorry, I can't agree to this." "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You must think carefully. This old man holds the inheritance of an ancient immortal medicine sect. This immortal medicine sect was a famous alchemy sect even in the ancient times. If you obtain this old man's inheritance, your future as an alchemist will be limitless. Moreover, this old man is destined to only pass this inheritance to personal disciples. If you don't agree, then you have no fate with this inheritance." Mo Wuya said. Lin Feng was still resolute, because what he yearned for was the martial path, the peak of martial path, the peak of divine realm, surpassing reincarnation, immortality. Whether it was a spiritual array master or alchemy, these were only auxiliary professions, although spiritual array masters and alchemy could bring about extraordinary abilities. But as a cultivator, the most important thing was still cultivation, not allowing auxiliary professions to take over. Lin Feng said, "Elder, I have made up my mind and will not change it. If there is nothing else, this disciple will take his leave." Lin Feng, go back and think carefully. A person's opportunity may only come once in a lifetime. You must seize it. Once you miss it, it will be too late to regret in the future. Mo Wuya warned. Yes, this disciple will think carefully. Lin Feng nodded and left. In the alchemist hall, Huang Xiaolong borrowed some basic alchemy knowledge before returning to his residence. The fire dragon asked, "How is it? Is the talent test like this?" "Fire element, 10-star talent." Lin Feng answered. "Haha, I knew you were destined to have a powerful alchemist talent." The Fire Qilin was pacing around the room. Lin Feng recounted his conversation with Mo Wuya. The Fire Qilin said disdainfully, "What bullsh*** T ancient alchemy sect? I have the inheritance of the ancient alchemy sect. It is the best inheritance." "Damn, Are you trying to trick me? Lin Feng muttered. Of course not. The fire Qilin pursed its lips. It seemed to remember that it was not very reliable before, so it emphasized, I swear on the dignity of the Qilin clan. Seeing how serious the fire Qilin was, Lin Feng no longer doubted it. The fire Qilin said, if you want to become an alchemist, you need to refine flames. Refine flames? Lin Feng was puzzled. Of course, refining flames into your body and making them yours is the first step to becoming an alchemist, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng said, refining flames into your body? Can your body take it? Won't the flames burn your body to death? The fire Qilin said, naturally, you can't directly devour flames. You need to prepare some things. Lin Feng nodded and asked, what kind of flames do you need to refine? The fire Qilin said, there are 3 types of flames that can be refined by alchemists: heavenly flames, earthly flames, and demonic flames. Chapter 175. Heavenly fire, earth fire, demonic fire. It was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such things, so he didn't know much about them. Lin Feng asked, what's a heavenly fire? What's an earth fire? What's a demonic fire? The fire Qilin explained, demonic fire is the fire within a demonic beast's body. In the world, some demonic beasts can produce fire within their bodies. For example, a fire lion can spit fire, or a fire dragon can control the power of fire. These beasts' origin flames are demonic fire. Earth fire is a flame born from the depths of the earth. For example, in the depths of a world of lava, earth fire is an earth fire, and the flames in the cracks of the earth are earth fire. Heavenly fire is terrifying, as it's a flame born from the creation of the world. In all the worlds, there are only 72 types of heavenly fire, and each of them represents a supreme power. Nowadays, heavenly fire is extremely rare, and it's almost impossible to find. Heavenly fire is that powerful? If you can refine a heavenly fire, won't you be able to defy the heavens? Asked Lin Feng. The fire Qilin rolled its eyes and said, in your dreams. If there really was a heavenly fire, would it be your turn? In the long years, many heavenly fires have disappeared. Even if there are still heavenly fires in the world, as long as the fire spirit of a heavenly fire doesn't die, such a heavenly fire is equivalent to a peerless expert. It can kill you in seconds, unless you can find a heavenly fire whose fire spirit has died. Only the origin of the heavenly fire is left, and you can refine it. But where in the world can you find such a heavenly fire? In any case, I know that the 10 great medicinal emperors of the holy celestial continent searched for a heavenly fire for 100 years, but they couldn't find one. Heavenly fire was a type of heavenly fire. It was born with the heaven and earth. If one could refine this kind of flame, it could help an alchemist advance by leaps and bounds on the path of alchemy. In addition, the heavenly flame could also greatly increase the alchemist's cultivation. Lin Feng didn't have any regrets about not being able to find a heavenly fire. After all, since the creation of the world, there had only been 72 types of heavenly fire. After millions and millions of years, it was normal for heavenly fire to gradually disappear. Lin Feng asked, what about the earthen fire and fiend fire? Said the fire Qilin, what we need to pay attention to are the earth fire and the demon fire. It's hard to say which one is stronger, but it should be said that they both have their own strengths. The earth fire and the demon fire are also divided into different levels. Among the demon fires, the demon fire of mythical beasts is the strongest, such as the phoenix, the vermilion bird, the fire Qilin, and other mythical beasts. After that are the fire dragon and other mythical beasts. Then there are the demon fires of the ancient beasts. But obviously, you can't get these powerful demon fires because these beasts are too strong to be killed. Lin Feng said, "It's not easy to find a powerful earth fire, right? It's not easy to find them, but with my experience, I should be able to find them." Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng asked, "Then when are we leaving?" "I'll wait for a few days. Let me think about where I can find a high-level earth fire." Fire Qilin said. After a pause, Fire Qilin continued, "Refining flames requires a type of spirit liquid to protect your body. I'll give you a prescription. You can go buy the spirit herbs later, and I'll refine the spirit liquid." "There's no time to lose. I'll go now," Lin Feng said. A moment later, Lin Feng felt some information appear in his mind. He carefully sensed that there were more than 70 types of spirit herbs. This was the prescription the Fire Qilin had given to Lin Feng. "This is the prescription. Just buy it according to the prescription," Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng didn't waste any time and immediately went to the market to buy the spirit herbs he needed. The next day, Leng Qiushuang and Xue Xiao came to Lin Feng's place. "We're honored by your presence, senior sisters. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Senior sisters, please come in and have a seat." Lin Feng invited them. Leng Qiushuang said, "We won't be sitting. We're here to invite you to participate in a mission." "A mission?" Lin Feng looked at Leng Qiushuang suspiciously. "The leader of Wind Snow School, senior sister Lu Fengxue, has come back with news." Xue Xiao lowered her voice and said, "Senior sister Lu found 12 scarlet flowers in the storm plains, but they were protected by a powerful beast. The scarlet flowers are about to mature. Senior sister Lu came back to the institute to find someone to collect the 12 scarlet flowers. We thought of you and came to find you." Leng Qiushuang said, "Scarlet flowers? Earth-tier spirit herbs. Scarlet flowers." Lin Feng was shocked. "That's right." Leng Qiushuang and Xue Xiao nodded. Lin Feng took a deep breath. 12 red fire flowers. That was an incredible amount of money. Earth-tier spirit herbs needed to grow for 1,000 years to mature. Such spirit herbs could be refined into earth-tier pills. Of course, they could also be eaten directly. Earth-tier spirit herbs could greatly improve one's cultivation. "Thank you, senior sister." Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked her. "No need to be so polite. Let's hurry back. Senior sister is waiting for us," Xue Xiao said. Lin Feng nodded and went to Wind Snow School with Leng Qiushuang and Xue Xiao. Soon, the three of them arrived at Wind Snow School. At this moment, there were 9 people sitting in the hall of Wind Snow School. Sitting on the main seat was a beautiful woman dressed in white. She had an impressive figure and a beautiful face. She must be the founder of Wind Snow School, Lu Fengxue, ranked 4th on the Mountain River list. "Senior sister, this is junior brother Lin Feng." Leng Qiushuang said, "Greetings, senior sister Lu Fengxue." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Junior brother Lin, you don't have to be so polite. Please find a place to sit." Lu Fengxue said with a smile. Her voice sounded soft, but Lu Fengxue was not a simple person. Otherwise, how could a woman establish such a big force like Wind Snow School? Other than Lu Fengxue, there were 2 high-ranking members of Wind Snow School and 6 people who were on good terms with Wind Snow School. For example, Yuan Chunxing, Zhou Yingying. Lin Feng knew the 2 of them. Among the other 4, there was a purple-robed man called Zi Yunfeng. He was ranked 12th on the Mountain River list and had not joined any powerhouses. The green-robed man was called Feng Yi. He was ranked 19th on the Mountain River list and had not joined any powerhouses. Feng Yi's background was not simple. His uncle was the head instructor of the Genius Camp's martial arts courtyard, Fenggang. In this period of time, Lin Feng and the other freshmen had also joined the Genius Camp to train. They finally knew why the Genius Camp gave the head instructor Feng Gang the nickname Black Rakshasa. It was because Feng Gang's training class was to torture the students to their heart's content. He would only stop training when they were exhausted. Every time he trained, it was as though he had shed a layer of skin. Everyone naturally feared Feng Gang. The third person was a delicate and pretty young master. He looked like a scholar. He was called Chao Feiyu. He was ranked 21st on the Mountain River list and was a member of the Wild Tiger Gang, along with Yuan Chunsheng. The fourth person was a skinny young master with a sword on his back. He was called Yang Xian. His nickname was Little Sword Demon. He and Zhou Yingying were both from the Drizzle Building. This time, the 12 of us will head to the Storm Plains to fight against the powerful beast with the ancient blood flowing in its veins. We will fight for the 12 scarlet flame flowers. As long as we can obtain these scarlet flame flowers, our cultivation will increase greatly. We can even break through our current levels. Everyone go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, we will set off for the Storm Plains. Lu Fengxue said, "Okay." Lin Feng and the rest nodded. They then left to prepare their necessities. Chapter 176. In the sky, a huge griffin was flying quickly. On top of the griffin, there were 12 young people and a fire qilin. It was Lin Feng's group. This griffin was Chao Feiyu's mount. Lin Feng and the others rode the griffin to the Storm Plains. The Storm Plains was the border between the Zhenwu country and the Beastman Empire. Not only were there many beasts active there, but there were also many demon experts active there. In the depths of the ancient Storm Plains, it was rumored that there were some very powerful races. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Storm Plains. The Storm Plains stretched as far as the eye could see. The terrain here was very complicated. There were undulating mountain ridges and endless plains. In the middle of the plains, there was even a huge desert and a huge rift valley that led to the underground. Lin Feng and the others' destination was in the depths of a mountain range in the Storm Plain. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a gigantic, ferocious beast. It was an ancient ferocious beast, a 9-headed lion. The huge griffin stopped outside the mountain range. Lu Fengxue pointed to the depths of the mountain range and said, "Do you see that flaming mountain? That place is the territory of the ancient fierce beast, the 9-headed scarlet lion, and the 12 scarlet flame flowers are growing outside the 9-headed scarlet lion's cave. This 9-headed scarlet lion is abnormally powerful, so we need to work together. Someone will lure the 9-headed scarlet lion away, while the others will pick the 12 scarlet flame flowers. As long as we pick them, we will immediately leave." "Okay." Lin Feng and the others nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of 12 people rushed into the mountain forest. The deeper they went, the hotter the temperature became. This was because they were gradually approaching the flaming mountain. Soon, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside the mountain range, where the 9-headed scarlet lion was. Looking into the depths, they could see that below the flaming mountain there was a huge cave. Inside the cave, there was a monstrous heat wave. Outside the cave, there were piles of beast bones. 12 fiery red spirit flowers were growing outside the cave. Scarlet flame flower. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. It was indeed the 1,000-year-old scarlet flame flower. If he could refine the crimson flame flower, his cultivation would definitely be boosted significantly. Lu Fengxue said, "Junior brother Lin Feng, I heard that you're incredibly fast. How about this? You and junior sister Lung Qiushuang hide, and we'll lure the 9-headed blaze lion away. At that time, you two can go and pick blaze flowers." "No problem." Lin Feng and Lung Qiushuang nodded. Do it. Lu Fengxue waved her hand, and the 10 people, including Lu Fengxue, quickly flew out and arrived outside the 9-headed Scarlet Lion's cave. Roar! The 9-headed Red Blaze Lion's perception was very strong. The moment Lu Fengxue and the others appeared, the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion sensed them. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Rumble! The earth shook violently. The next moment, a huge creature rushed out of the cave. The behemoth had a pair of huge wings. It was over 20 meters tall and 30 meters long. Its entire body was as red as flames, and it had 9 ferocious heads. It was the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion. When the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion saw Lu Fengxue and the others, it let out a low roar and pounced towards them. Let's go, Lu Fengxue said in a low voice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They did not dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed out. The 9-headed Red Blaze Lion was ferocious, and naturally, it would not let these human cultivators who dared to trespass into its territory go. It quickly caught up with Lu Fengxue and the others. Fight! Lu Fengxue shouted. Boom! Then a huge battle broke out. This time, everyone was very well prepared. Not only did they prepare 3 powerful flying swords, but they also spent a lot of money to buy powerful talismans. When the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion chased after them, some people controlled their flying swords and slashed at the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion. Others took out talismans. Roar, roar, roar. The talismans turned into golden gods of war, wearing golden armor and wielding golden axes. They charged towards the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion. Move out! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and rushed out first. Lung Qiushuang followed closely behind. The 9-headed Red Blaze Lion's perception was extremely strong. When Lin Feng and Lung Qiushuang suddenly appeared and rushed towards the 12 red blaze flowers, the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion had already sensed them. The 9-headed Red Blaze Lion let out an angry roar and turned to pounce at Lin Feng and Lung Qiushuang. Stop it! Lu Fengxue shouted anxiously. Boom, boom, boom. The golden gods of war charged towards the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion. At the same time, flying swords slashed at the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion. In the face of these attacks, the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The 9 heads of the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion spat out huge fireballs towards the golden gods of war, Lu Fengxue, and the others. Dodge quickly! Lu Fengxue was shocked. The others' expressions changed drastically as well. They quickly dodged, but were still a step too late. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the fireballs spat out by the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion exploded. The powerful energy directly drowned all the golden gods of war. In the blink of an eye, the golden gods of war were destroyed. The shock waves of the energy violently bombarded Lu Fengxue, Yuan Qinxing, Chao Feiyu, and the others. Wow, the 10 of them had suffered a heavy blow and were coughing up blood. Bang! Then they all fell heavily to the ground. Even though they had been well prepared, the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion was too strong. It was difficult to resist. The 9-headed Red Blaze Lion flapped its huge wings and flew towards the cave. Oh no, the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion is coming. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. We're doomed. Seeing the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion flying towards them, Lung Qiushuang's face became as pale as a sheet of paper. Take these red blaze flowers and leave quickly. Lin Feng took his share and gave the rest to Lung Qiushuang. What about you? Lung Qiushuang asked with a pale face. I'll lure the 9-headed Red Blaze Lion away. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng immediately flew away. Lung Qiushuang bit her lip, stomped her foot, and flew away. Eat my sword. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed at the nine-headed red blaze lion. Roar! Roared the nine-headed fire lion furiously. It raised its gigantic claws and moved towards Lin Feng in a ferocious manner. Bang! The claw sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng was blown dozens of meters away like a cannonball and crashed into the forest. At that moment, Lung Qiushuang had already rushed out and joined Lu Fengxue and the others. When they saw Lin Feng being sent flying by the nine-headed red blaze lion, their expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! Who would have thought that, at that moment, Lin Feng would get up as if nothing had happened and rush into the forest and disappear. That guy, I knew he was a cat. He has 9 lives. He won't die. Yuan Qinxin grinned. Roar! In the distance, the nine-headed scarlet blaze lion's roar shook the heavens, and the mountain peaks shook violently from its roar. Disperse! Everyone be careful, said Lu Fengxue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then they quickly rushed into the forest and left. Besides, the nine-headed lion was flying at full speed in the sky while roaring furiously. It was glancing at the forest in an ice-cold way, trying to find Lin Feng and the others. Chapter 177. Phew! Lin Feng, who was hiding behind a boulder, let out a long sigh of relief when he saw the furious nine-headed blaze fire lion chasing after him. He walked out from behind the boulder and stretched his body. His body was still in pain. If it had been anyone else, they would have been killed by the nine-headed blaze fire lion's attack. However, Lin Feng cultivated the #1 archaic forbidden divine technique, the archaic dragonesque elephant art. His body was even stronger than an archaic divine demon of the same level. Although Lin Feng was only a martial master, a martial general's body was not necessarily stronger than Lin Feng's. Therefore, Lin Feng was fine after taking the nine-headed blaze fire lion's attack. Let's go! Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating for the fire qilin to leave quickly. The fire qilin said, "What's the rush? We haven't gotten the true treasure that the nine-headed blaze fire lion is guarding. There's no rush to leave." Lin Feng was stunned. Aren't the nine-headed blaze fire lion guarding 12 scarlet flowers? The fire qilin said disdainfully, "The scarlet flowers are indeed precious, but they aren't what the nine-headed blaze fire lion is guarding. The nine-headed blaze fire lion is guarding the scarlet blood lotus." Scarlet blood lotus! Lin Feng cried out in surprise. What is that? Ha ha! The scarlet blood lotus is a legendary treasure that can allow a cultivator to condense a second primordial spirit. The fire qilin laughed. What? A second primordial spirit? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Humans only had one primordial spirit. Lin Feng had never heard of anyone having 2 primordial spirits. If there really were 2 primordial spirits, then it would be too terrifying. If a cultivator's primordial spirit was destroyed, then that cultivator would die. However, if there was a second primordial spirit, then even if one primordial spirit was destroyed, that cultivator wouldn't die. At the same time, if there was a second primordial spirit, then one soul force would be doubled. For example, Lin Feng's soul force had reached the level of a martial general. However, if he were to condense a second primordial spirit, Lin Feng's soul power could even reach the level of a martial king. Possessing the soul power of a martial king as a martial master, how terrifying was that? There's actually such a treasure in this world. Lin Feng looked at the fire qilin in shock. The fire qilin said, "The world is so big, there are naturally all kinds of strange things. When a cultivator condenses a second primordial spirit, it's equivalent to having an extra life. There's no time to lose. Let's go and take the Scarlet Blood Lotus now before the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion comes back. If that happens, we won't have a chance." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and rushed towards the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion's dwelling with the fire Qilin. In the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion's cave, waves of heat swept over. As soon as he entered, Lin Feng was already sweating profusely. What was even more unbearable was the stench coming from this place. F*CK. As expected of a ferocious beast's cave, it really doesn't care about hygiene. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He went deeper into the cave. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the cave. There was a gigantic pond in the middle of the cave, and in the pond was a blood-red lotus. The Scarlet Blood Lotus. It really is the Scarlet Blood Lotus. My guess is correct. The fire Qilin said happily. "I'm really lucky." Lin Feng was overjoyed. He quickly walked towards the Scarlet Blood Lotus and was about to take it when suddenly Lin Feng felt a cold qi envelop his body. He looked to the left. In the shadows, there was a nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion coldly staring at him. Roar! The nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion roared and immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. "There's another nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion." Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly moved to the side and narrowly avoided the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion. At that moment, Lin Feng could clearly see the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion. The nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion in front of him was much smaller than the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion outside. This nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion was about 3 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long. Obviously, it was still a cub. However, ancient fierce beasts were ancient fierce beasts. Even if it was just a cub, it was still very terrifying. Roar! The nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion let out a deep roar. After missing its attack, it once again rushed towards Lin Feng. Its speed was extremely fast, and the cave wasn't very big. Therefore, it wasn't easy to completely dodge the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion's attack. The nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion's sharp claws directly clawed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He raised his right fist and punched towards the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided. Lin Feng was directly sent flying by the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion. His body fiercely crashed into the wall. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart. It was just a cub, but it actually had such terrifying power. It was too abnormal. At this time, the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion opened its bloody mouth and continuously shot 9 fireballs towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly rushed to the right. Rumble! The 9 fireballs all hit the wall, and the wall immediately collapsed. If it hit the body, the power of this attack would be even more terrifying. Lin Feng was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly rushed towards the Scarlet Blood Lotus. The nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion roared and pounced towards Lin Feng. At this critical moment, Lin Feng directly displayed his golden wings. Swish! A pair of golden energy wings appeared. The golden wings flapped. Lin Feng's speed was as fast as lightning. He was the first one to arrive at the side of the pond. He grabbed the Scarlet Blood Lotus and pulled it out from the ground. Then, he quickly put the Scarlet Blood Lotus in his ring. Seeing Lin Feng snatch the Scarlet Blood Lotus, the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion roared in anger. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out numerous fireballs towards Lin Feng. Swish! Lin Feng flapped his golden wings and nimbly dodged the attacks of the nine-headed Scarlet Blaze Lion in the air. He dodged all the energy attacks. Fire Qilin, go! Lin Feng shouted. The fire Qilin quickly ran outside as fast as lightning. Lin Feng flapped his golden wings and rushed out of the cave. Roar! Roar! The nine-headed scarlet blaze lion roared in anger and quickly chased after him. However, Lin Feng's golden wings were too fast, and he directly left the nine-headed scarlet blaze lion behind him. When the nine-headed scarlet blaze lion rushed out of the cave, Lin Feng had already disappeared. In the clouds, a golden silhouette was flying at full speed. It was Lin Feng with his golden wings. Lin Feng flew for hundreds of kilometers before landing on a mountain peak. Lin Feng took out the scarlet blaze flower and the scarlet blood lotus. This time, he had obtained two great treasures, especially the scarlet blood lotus. This time, it could be said that he had obtained a great opportunity. Chapter 178. Does the scarlet blood lotus have to be refined directly? Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin and asked. The fire Qilin nodded and said, "That's right. However, this process will be very painful. If someone with weak willpower tries to refine the scarlet blood lotus, they will directly collapse." Lin Feng said, "I have some confidence in my willpower." He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and circulated the ancient dragon-esque elephant art to adjust his breathing. Lin Feng felt that he was gradually recovering his strength. He took a deep breath and took out the scarlet flower. The scarlet flower was a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. This spiritual herb was the most effective when refined into pills. However, it was clear that Lin Feng did not have the conditions to refine the scarlet flower into an earth-tier pill. Although the fire Qilin bragged about how awesome it was before, after losing its divine power, it could only refine some spiritual liquid. If it wanted to refine such a high-grade pill, it would not be able to complete it without the support of divine power. Thus, Lin Feng decided to swallow the scarlet flower directly. The scarlet flame flower was scorching hot and had a bitter taste. After swallowing it, a scorching hot energy exploded within his body. Hot! Lin Feng felt as if he was in a furnace. His entire body was soaked in sweat. He did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly circulated the ancient dragon-esque elephant art and began to devour the scarlet flower's medicinal power. When the ancient dragon-esque elephant art circulated, the powerful medicinal power of the scarlet flower was broken down and absorbed. Lin Feng only felt that the strength in his body began to increase by leaps and bounds. 2 hours later, boom! A terrifying wave of energy exploded from Lin Feng's body. Kacha-kacha! The surrounding rocks could not withstand the pressure emitted from Lin Feng's body. The huge rocks that were 100 meters tall were instantly crushed into powder. Ha! I've finally broken through to the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master realm. Lin Feng's face was filled with ecstasy. When he was at the 5th heavenly layer of the martial master realm, he already had a strength of 480,000 jin. After refining the scarlet flower, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly. At this moment, he had broken through to the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master realm. Lin Feng's strength had reached 25 million jin. When Lin Feng's 3 devouring martial spirits circulated, he could release a strength of 150 million jin. This strength was enough to crush a 9th heavenly layer of the martial master realm. Although there was still a gap between Lin Feng and the martial master realm, Lin Feng's the martial secret art was too powerful. With the secret martial techniques, Lin's martial master. Lin Feng was convinced that if he fought against Huang Fuyu again, he would definitely be able to defeat him easily. He wouldn't have to use his full strength to defeat Huang Fuyu like the last time. You've broken through to the 6th celestial layer, and your physical strength has reached 50 million jin. You're even stronger than an ancient demon. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that you have 3 devouring spirits. They can increase your strength by 3 times. Your devouring spirit is a legendary spirit. It can create 10 devouring spirits and increase your strength by 10 times. The fire Qilin said, 10 devouring martial spirits. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already evolved 3 devouring martial spirits. If he could evolve 10 devouring martial spirits, it would be too heaven-defying. Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy. If he wanted to complete the second evolution of his martial soul, he would have to find some heaven and earth treasures. Lin Feng took out the scarlet blood lotus. The fire Qilin said, no matter how painful it is, you have to hold on. Once you let go of that breath, you will fail. You might suffer a backlash. If your soul suffers a backlash, you might even die. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. He swallowed the scarlet blood lotus. Then he started to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to refine the scarlet blood lotus. Boom! A terrifying power instantly erupted. Ah! Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. That force almost tore his soul apart. It was an indescribable pain. If the pain of having a finger cut off was enough to make a person collapse, the pain that Lin Feng was enduring was 100 times worse than the pain of having a finger cut off. His whole body trembled violently. It was a pain that could destroy a person's will. Lin Feng had the feeling that his soul and his body no longer belonged to him. That kind of pain almost made him collapse. He almost went crazy. Endure. He had to endure. He had to hold on. Once he couldn't bear it. Once he admitted that he had failed. Then all his previous efforts would be wasted. Even he would suffer a backlash. His soul would shatter. His body would die. Lin Feng didn't want to die. Lin Feng wanted to live well because there were so many things he wanted to do. Moreover, Lin Feng couldn't bear to leave his family. Lin Feng didn't even have the time to ask his father about one thing that Lin Feng had hidden deep in his heart. That was, why hadn't he seen his mother since he was young? Why hadn't he heard his clansmen mention his mother? Lin Feng remembered that he had asked his father when he was young, but he didn't get an answer. All he got was his father's stern reprimand. Lin Feng had too many things that he couldn't bear to part with, so he had to hold on. Ah! Lin Feng roared. Bang, bang, bang. He punched the ground one after another. The rocks shattered. His fists split open and dripped with blood. Lin Feng continued to pound the ground to relieve his pain. Fire Qilin narrowed its eyes and looked at Lin Feng, slightly moved. If you want to obtain an ability that others will never have, you have to pay a terrible price that others will never think of. Fire Qilin muttered. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch, he smashed the ground. Lin Feng didn't know how many punches he had thrown. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, the pain that was enough to make one collapse was dissipating bit by bit. Lin Feng had finally passed the most painful stage of his cultivation. His expression gradually calmed down, and in Lin Feng's mind, his second primordial spirit was in the process of condensing. A wave of tyrannical soul power surged within his mind like turbulent waves. The soul power that made one's heart palpitate swept out with Lin Feng as the center. The ferocious beasts in the surrounding dozens of miles felt the terrifying soul power and knelt on the ground, trembling as if they had seen an irresistible beast king. Boom! Finally, Lin Feng's second primordial spirit was successfully condensed in his mind. Lin Feng's soul power had increased by a large margin. Soul soared. Lin Feng circulated his soul power, and the soul power of his 2 primordial spirits were all activated. He displayed the secret soul technique that he had cultivated and attacked a mountain peak that was 3,000 meters tall. There was a rumbling sound. The mountain peak collapsed with a loud bang. My soul power has reached the Martial King realm. Lin Feng stood up, his black hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were like stars, like a young war god standing on the mountain peak, his body exuding an aura that could swallow everything. Chapter 179. Stormtown was located in the central region of the Storm Plains. It was bustling with people. This was the place where countless cultivators who entered the Storm Plains stayed. Lin Feng arrived at Stormtown. On the streets, all kinds of hawking could be heard. Around him, there were rows upon rows of shops and many peddlers. Everyone, come and take a look. Take a look at the newly unearthed ancient artifacts. Someone shouted in the distance, causing a huge uproar. Someone was actually selling ancient artifacts, so it was natural that it would alarm everyone. Many people rushed over. Lin Feng also walked over and saw that the stall was placed on the ground. There were dozens of items on display. Most of them were broken jars, porcelain, a few rusty weapons, and a few scrolls that were about to rot. Damn, this is an ancient artifact. Many people rolled their eyes, feeling as if they had been cheated by this fat stall owner. Fatso said, I say, everyone, Fatso is not bragging. These things were all excavated from an ancient expert's cave. They are definitely treasures. You won't lose out if you buy them, but you also won't be fooled. Damn it, you can keep these broken things as chamber pots, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Some people curled their lips and were not fooled. They planned to leave. Everyone, don't go. Look at these 5 scrolls. They all record powerful and mysterious ancient secret techniques. Fatso shouted. Really? Someone was puzzled and stopped. Of course. Fatso nodded. Then, someone squatted down and opened the books. However, too much time had passed. Many of the pages had completely rotted, and the content was missing. In some places, the writing was blurry and it was impossible to see what was written. What kind of broken scroll is this? It has no value at all. The person who was flipping through the scrolls was speechless. He threw the scrolls on the ground and left. Gentlemen, please wait. Not all of the scrolls can't be read clearly. Look at this scroll. There are words like heavenly flames written on it. Maybe it has something to do with heavenly flames. You can go to the shop in the corner and repair it. Maybe you can find some information about heavenly flames. That's heavenly flames we're talking about. Fatso shouted. Keep it for yourself. The others didn't buy it and turned around to leave. Can I have a look at the scroll you mentioned? At this moment, a young man stepped forward. Fatso's face was full of smiles, as if saying, Thank God, someone finally took the bait. Little brother, I can tell that you're different from ordinary people. You're extraordinarily handsome, and there's an indescribable chi in your forehead. You must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. You're destined to meet celestial flames, said Lin Feng. Fatso was very good at deceiving people. After a long speech, he handed the tattered scroll to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened it and looked at it. The scroll was also badly damaged, but in one corner, Lin Feng saw the words heavenly flames. This surprised him. Heavenly flames were born at the beginning of the world, just as the fire Qilin had said. Refining heavenly flames into one's body was definitely a heaven-defying fortune. After all, countless years had passed. The 72 types of heavenly flames had also gradually disappeared with the passage of time. This was very normal. I want this scroll, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, 100,000 taels of silver. Fatso laughed. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. It's just a stupid book. Why don't you go and steal it? It was found in an ancient ruin. Fatso quibbled. Then I don't want it. Lin Feng turned around to leave. 50,000. Fatso gritted his teeth. 10,000 at most. Deal. In the end, the tattered scroll was sold for 10,000 taels of silver. Fatso still had a happy expression. He knew that this guy must feel that he had made a big profit. However, if this scroll really recorded information about heavenly flames, not to mention a mere 10,000 taels of silver, even a mountain of gold, and an ocean of silver would not be able to compare. There's a shop in front that can repair all kinds of things. You can go take a look, Fatso said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and left with the fire Qilin. You don't really think that this tattered book has information about heavenly flames, do you? The fire Qilin curled its lips and said, Lin Feng said, although it feels impossible, what if it's true? The fire Qilin nodded and went with Lin Feng to the shop in the corner. On the sign outside, there were prices for repairing all kinds of items. Repairing ordinary divine weapons, 1,000 taels of silver per time. Repairing low-level magic weapons, 10,000 taels of silver per time. Repairing low-level flying swords, 20,000 taels of silver per time. There were dozens of items that could be repaired. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin entered the shop. This shop gave Lin Feng a gloomy feeling. Behind the counter stood a skinny old man. This old man had deep eye sockets and a gloomy gaze. Looking at him made one feel a chill in the heart. Lin Feng walked over and took out the scroll. I want to repair the words on this scroll. I don't know if it's possible. Repairing ancient scrolls, 3,000 taels of silver. The old man said. Lin Feng handed the 3,000 taels of silver to the old man. Then the old man took out some tools, such as some mysterious potions, and began to repair the words on the scroll. An hour later, the old man said, Okay, it's done. Lin Feng came to the counter and looked at the scroll. He frowned slightly because the old man had only repaired a few dozen words. The old man said, The scroll is seriously damaged. It's already quite good that it was repaired to this extent. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He began to read the content recorded on the scroll. Because there wasn't much content that had been repaired, the content recorded on it was naturally incomplete. Lin Feng could only see some intermittent words. Heavenly fire, storm plains, purple core fire. Other than that, there was no other content. Lin Feng showed the words on it to the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin revealed a thoughtful expression. The storm plains was too large. It was almost impossible to find the heavenly fire in the storm plains. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. There were too few clues, and it was difficult to find too many valuable clues. At this time, the old man said, What? You want to find the heavenly fire? Lin Feng nodded and said, I do have that thought. This old man has heard of a piece of news. The old man's voice was gloomy. Senior, please enlighten me. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The old man said, In the depths of the storm plains in the Undying Mountain Range, there are rumors that the heavenly fire spirit died there. If the rumors are true, then the origin of the heavenly fire should still be in the Undying Mountain Range. Chapter 180. The Eternal Demon Mountain was one of the 9 great death zones of the Martial Heaven continent. It was rumored that the Eternal Demon Mountain hid the greatest secret of the 3,000 prefectures. It was a forbidden zone for life, filled with endless dangers. It was rumored that an ancient sage emperor had once entered the Eternal Demon Mountain before he died. In the end, he died in the depths of the Eternal Demon Mountain. There were also rumors that several supreme experts of the demon race had wanted to go against the heavens and seize their lives. They had entered the Eternal Demon Mountain to search for immortal medicines of immortality, but in the end, they hadn't been able to leave and had died. There were too many rumors and secrets regarding the Eternal Demon Mountain. Every year, there would be people who would enter the eternal demon mountain in search of opportunities, especially the rumored immortal medicines of immortality. The immortal medicines of immortality were the same as the heavenly flames. They were immortal roots that had been nurtured together with the heavens and earth at the beginning of time. Consuming immortal medicines of immortality would allow one to recover no matter how heavy their injuries were. Of course, the most terrifying thing about immortal medicines of immortality was that they could allow one to live a second life. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was something that even ancient sage emperors couldn't reverse. But if one consumed immortal medicines of immortality, they could return to their youth. Furthermore, their strength wouldn't decline. That was too terrifying. It was equivalent to cultivating for 2 lives. Thus, every time an immortal medicine of immortality appeared, it would cause a huge commotion. Because of the immortal medicines of immortality, countless people knew that the eternal demon mountain was a death zone. But every year, there would still be cultivators who weren't afraid of death entering the eternal demon mountain to search for immortal medicines of immortality. Today, Lin Feng had arrived at the eternal demon mountain. This was an endless mountain range. It was shrouded in white mist, and he couldn't see the end of it. He also couldn't see the inside of the eternal demon mountain. About a dozen miles away from the eternal demon mountain, there was a small town. It was built near the eternal demon mountain and was called Eternal Town. People came and went, and it was very lively. Every year, many people would come to pay their respects to the eternal demon mountain. There were also many people who would take the risk of entering the eternal demon mountain. They would pass by this place and rest. Is this heavenly flame really in the eternal demon mountain? Lin Feng looked in the direction of the eternal demon mountain, feeling extremely stifling. It was as if the eternal demon mountain was emitting a terrifying aura that was suffocating. Mysterious, terrifying. This was the feeling that the land of death, the eternal demon mountain, gave Lin Feng. If what's written on the scroll isn't wrong, and if what that old bastard said isn't wrong, then if there really is a heavenly flame in the ancient demon mountains, then it should be the purple earth core flame. Out of the 72 heavenly flames, the purple earth core flame is ranked 67th. It's said that it's a great earth flame, and it's said that it's a heavenly flame born from the heart of the great earth. It's said that it's a heavenly flame born from the beginning of primal chaos, when the heavens and earth were gradually separated. It's said that it's a heavenly flame born from the heart of the great earth. Fire Qilin said, of course, any one of the 72 heavenly flames was extremely heaven-defying. As long as one could obtain one of them, they would be able to help the person who refined the heavenly flame soar to the sky. Lin Feng said, the primordial demon mountains are filled with danger. Even if the heavenly flame really is inside, we still have to carefully consider whether or not we have the ability to enter the primordial demon mountains and refine the heavenly flame. I don't want to die for nothing. Lin Feng's worries weren't without reason. The eternal demon mountains was a place where countless powerhouses were buried every year. A place like this was simply a burial ground for cultivators. Let's rest in Eternal Town for a few days first. Then we'll see what's going on here. Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded, and he settled down in the town. On the second day, Lin Feng went to the outskirts of the primordial demon mountains to observe. There were many cultivators in the surroundings, and many of them were observing the primordial demon mountains. I heard that a group of people entered a month ago, and they still haven't come out. I'm afraid they've already died inside, right? Someone asked. Wanting to enter the primordial demon mountains to look for opportunities isn't an easy task. Another person shook his head, feeling that this matter wasn't too reliable. The primordial demon mountains were too strange and terrifying. Since it was called a place of death, It was obviously a burial ground. Who knew how many people had died in the primordial demon mountains? Wanting to find opportunities in the primordial demon mountains was indeed not an easy task. Of course, there were also some people who weren't afraid of death who entered, but the results were often tragic. At this time, a commotion could be heard in the distance. A silver-haired man in golden robes was walking over. His arrival caused a huge commotion. Genie Chen. Someone cried out in alarm. This person's identity was very shocking. Genie Chen was known as the #1 genius of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. His cultivation had already surpassed the older generation's experts, and he could compete with almighties. He was an abnormally terrifying monster, and now he had appeared in the primordial demon mountains. Genie Chen was like a war god in golden robes. He stood in the air, looking into the depths of the primordial demon mountains. Very quickly, another commotion could be heard. A young man in white robes walked over. He was handsome and confident, and he had a refreshing smile on his face. That's the Southern Celestial Prefecture's supreme genius, Qin Mubai. Someone recognized the white-robed man's identity and was shocked. Qin Mubai's background was extremely noble. It was rumored that he came from an ancient sect that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. He was the leader of the sect's younger generation. Even in the Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures, Qin Mubai was a top genius. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound came from the distance, and then everyone saw 9 huge flood dragons pulling a divine chariot quickly fly over. 9 dragons pulling the chariot. Everyone was shocked. Flood dragons. What kind of terrifying existence were they? Now, they were just pulling a chariot. Who was sitting in the chariot? Very quickly, the 9 dragons pulled the chariot over and stopped in midair. A young man and a young girl walked out. Ji Mingtian of the Great Zhou Empire. Someone cried out in surprise. The Great Zhou Empire was one of the 4 great empires of the Tianwu continent. The 4 great empires were the Great Xia Empire, the Great Zhou Empire, the Great Qin Empire, and the Great Han Empire. These 4 great ancient empires were the strongest forces in the 3,000 prefectures. Even the ancient forces could not be compared to the 4 great ancient empires. Perhaps only the ancient Holy Lands could be on equal footing with the 4 great ancient empires. Ji Mingtian was the 3rd prince of the Great Zhou Empire, and his status was noble. Is that the Great Zhou Emperor's little princess? Someone whispered, looking at the girl beside Ji Mingtian. The Great Zhou Emperor had 27 sons, but only 1 daughter, so he doted on her very much. Whoosh! In the distance, there was a 7-colored celestial light lingering. A woman flew over, wearing a 7-colored celestial robe, like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. It's Fairy Mengxian of the Fairy Pavilion. Someone cried out in surprise. The Fairy Pavilion was one of the oldest holy lands in the 3,000 prefectures, and Fairy Mengxian was one of the top 10 beauties of the 3,000 prefectures. Chapter 181. Many people were astonished. They hadn't thought that so many top figures of the younger generation would come. However, after a short moment of shock, they regained their composure. This was because every year, many people would come to pay their respects to this land of death. Not to mention the top characters of the younger generation, even the mortal kings of the 4 ancient dynasties, the Saint Lords of the ancient sacred grounds, and the schoolmasters of a few ancient sects had come to the Undying Mountains. The prince and princess of the Great Zhou Empire. I really want to kill them. The Fire Qilin looked at Ji Mingtian and Ji Yuhan with a fierce gaze. Lin Feng asked suspiciously, "Do you have a grudge against them?" The Fire Qilin said fiercely, "Back then, there was an old bastard from the Great Zhou Empire who attacked me. I was almost cut in half by that old bastard's blade. The fire Qilin couldn't help but shrink its neck. Back then, the fire Qilin had stolen the Holy Emperor's Stone from a group of heroes. Because of that, it had been surrounded by many experts and had almost died. That was how it had escaped to the Eastern Divine Prefecture. However, after arriving in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, something even more terrifying had happened to the fire Qilin. The Holy Emperor's Stone was very strange. It wanted to control the fire Qilin's body, causing it to become weaker and weaker. Later, the fire Qilin had finally managed to break free from the Holy Emperor's Stone's control, but it had met Lin Feng. Lin Feng's demon orb had devoured its godly power, turning it into its current state. The fire Qilin had then thrown the Holy Emperor's Stone to Lin Feng as if it was a hot potato. The Holy Emperor's Stone was indeed very strange. When Lin Feng had tried to sense it, he had felt a terrifying power trying to control him. Later, Lin Feng had simply stopped touching the Holy Emperor's Stone because it was too strange. Back then, the fire Qilin had been so strong, but it hadn't been able to control the Holy Emperor's Stone, let alone the current Lin Feng. The fire Qilin hated the house and its crow. Back then, it had almost been killed by an ancestor of the Great Zhou Empire. So it hated Ji Mingtian and Ji Yuhan as well. At that moment, Ji Yuhan looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. The fire Qilin was so scared that it jumped into the forest with a whoosh. Ji Yuhan slightly knitted her brows and looked at Lin Feng with some doubt. Ji Mingtian asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with that?" Ji Yuhan shook her head slightly and retracted her gaze. This girl's perception is so strong. The fire Qilin ran out and muttered, "The princess of the Gu dynasty is not simple at all." Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, "The inheritors of these ancient powers were only a few years older than Lin Feng, but their strength was too terrifying. Which one of them wasn't a powerful figure who had grasped a great divine ability? He was chasing after the experts of the older generation. This was the difference between a large faction and a small faction. The geniuses nurtured by large factions were all unimaginably powerful. Many people looked at these top geniuses and discussed animatedly. These top-tier sky prides looked towards the undying mountain range. They had come here to admire the undying mountain range. There's nothing to see, just a bunch of broken mountains. Ji Yuhan snorted and said, Fairy Meng Yao, Qin Mubai, and Genie Chen were all extremely powerful figures, so they could naturally hear Ji Yuhan's muttering and shook their heads. Ji Mingtian said, 100,000 years ago, one of our ancestors was a master of fortune. He was almost invincible in the 3,000 provinces. In his old age, he wanted to change his fate, so he entered the undying mountain range and never came out again. Ji Yuhan was silent for a moment, then said, "What kind of dangers are in this place of death?" "It's hard to say. Some people go in and never come out again, but there are also cultivators who come out without encountering anything, but there are very few of them. They're lucky to be able to come out alive." Boom! At that moment, an earth-shaking sound came from the depths of the undying mountain range. Heavens, look! Many people cried out in alarm, their faces full of shock. At that moment, something strange was happening in the depths of the undying mountain range. Endless darkness enveloped the world. It was still daytime, but the sky quickly darkened and turned into darkness. The fire Qilin was shocked. Swish! A Milky Way world suddenly appeared in the sky. That Milky Way world was boundless, as if it was connected to the vast expanse of stars. Moonlight sprinkled down like a waterfall of the Milky Way, magnificent and magnificent. But at that moment, something terrifying and strange happened. A blood-red moon slowly rose into the sky, hanging in the sky. A blood-red moon. How can there be a blood-red moon? Many people cried out in alarm because the scene in front of them was too strange. What's that? Genie Chen narrowed his eyes. The appearance of a blood-red moon is something recorded in ancient scriptures. It's actually happening. Fairy Meng Yao's expression changed drastically. A blood-red moon, that's a bad omen. Qin Mubai's expression changed drastically as well. A blood-red moon has appeared. A great calamity is about to descend. Ji Mingtian's expression was unsightly. Run! Something terrifying is about to happen, shouted the fire Qilin. Even though the fire Qilin didn't have any godly strength, it was still a divine beast, and it could sense danger very well. When it saw the blood-red moon, it knew it was in trouble, so it turned around and ran. Swish! Lin Feng didn't dare flap his wings, so he activated his golden wings and flew away. Let's go! Ji Mingtian's expression changed drastically. He and Ji Yuhan flew towards the divine nine-dragon carriage. Qin Mubai, Fairy Meng Yao, Genie Chen, and the other strong cultivators also sensed danger and immediately flew away. They had to get away from the undying mountain range as quickly as possible. But it was too late. At that moment, a strong wind swept across the sky, wreaking havoc. Many people were sucked in by the wind. No, I don't want to die. Many cultivators were terrified, but they couldn't escape. They were all swallowed up by the wind. Groan! In the distance, the nine-headed flood dragon let out a cry of terror and flew away, but it couldn't escape either. It was swallowed up by the wind. Even strong cultivators like Genie Chen and Fairy Meng Yao couldn't escape. They were also sucked in by the wind. Run, run, run. Lin Feng flapped his golden wings crazily and flew away. He was too fast, like a bolt of golden lightning. However, Lin Feng still couldn't escape. The wind swept across the sky, and Lin Feng was also sucked in. That destructive force ruthlessly bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt as if an ancient mountain had crashed into him, and then he lost consciousness. Chapter 182. Lin Feng couldn't help but groan. He felt as if his entire body was falling apart. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His surroundings were pitch black, and he was lying in a forest. What is this place? Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and looked around in confusion. Soon, he recalled what had happened. Not long ago, the blood moon had appeared. Then a terrifying cold wind blew between heaven and earth, sucking him into the cold wind. Then he fainted. Is this the interior of the undying mountain range? Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. He had thought of entering the undying mountain range to look for the heavenly fire. But it was just a thought. The undying mountain range was a land of death. Even the ancestors of the ancient empire had died there. This place was full of danger. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Now he had been dragged in. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. The fire Qilin wasn't by his side now. Lin Feng was worried sick. In the distance, the blood moon was still hanging in the sky, emitting a demonic blood-red light. All of this seemed to be caused by this demonic blood moon. Lin Feng was deep in the mountains. He had to think of a way to leave. Lin Feng chose a direction and walked carefully. At that moment, he saw a dozen figures appear. They were the lucky survivors. When they saw Lin Feng, they couldn't help but sigh. It's good that you're alive. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Saber Master, you're experienced and knowledgeable. You have to bring us out. A young cultivator in purple said with a pale face. The old man's nickname was Saber Master. He was a very famous person in this area. This time, he had also been dragged into the undying mountain range. Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to get out. Everyone, follow me. Don't move around carelessly. Let's go, Master Dao said. Yes, everyone nodded and followed Sabermaster. Lin Feng learned from a cultivator next to him that when Dao Yi was young, he had gone to the immortal mountain range with his ancestors. But back then, all his ancestors had died in the immortal mountain range. Dao Yi was the only one who had come out alive. Sabermaster had been ill for 3 years. He had gradually recovered, but since then, he had never mentioned anything about the undying mountain range. Something must have happened in the past that no one knew about. Look, that's a blood spirit grass. It's 10 leaves. Suddenly, one of the cultivators exclaimed. He pointed at a stalk of spiritual medicine growing on a cliff a few dozen meters away. Lin Feng looked over and saw a medicinal herb with 10 blood-red leaves. A 2,000-year-old spiritual herb. If he were to refine it, his cultivation would definitely soar by leaps and bounds. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Someone wanted to go and pick the blood spirit grass. Are you tired of living? You'll get everyone killed. Sabermaster said coldly. The faces of the several cultivators who were about to take action flickered slightly, and they halted their steps. Sabermaster, it's not far from us. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Some people were unwilling to leave just like that and asked aloud. Saber Lord said coldly, "This is the immortal mountain range, a place of death. Every place can be dangerous. In the past, even saints died in the immortal mountain range. You should know how terrifying it is. If you're not careful, you can kill everyone." Sabermaster's attitude was unprecedentedly firm. No one was allowed to act on their own and leave the group. Everyone continued moving forward. Look, there's a magical treasure. Someone cried out in alarm. An ancient bell magical treasure had fallen on the ground. It was emitting terrifying waves of energy. Lin Feng was shocked. It was obviously a high-grade magical treasure. At the very least, it had been refined by a yin-yang cultivator. It emitted waves of energy that made people feel suffocated. The appearance of this magical treasure naturally caused a huge commotion. Some people were eager to try. Sabermaster said coldly, "Don't touch it. These things don't belong to us." "Sabermaster, they're very close to us. Why don't they belong to us? This is our destiny," said a young man in cyan. "What? You want them? You can. Wait here. Once we're far away, you can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with us." Sabermaster sneered. Sabermaster's attitude was unyielding. No one was allowed to leave the group. Otherwise, they would have to leave. Everyone was still hoping to leave with Sabermaster. Even though they were unwilling, they didn't want to disobey Sabermaster at this time. However, on the way, they saw all kinds of magical treasures and all kinds of magical medicines. Sabermaster didn't allow them to leave the group, so they missed them. They're all dead people's belongings. You can imagine what kind of strong cultivators they were, but they still died here. They turned into dust a long time ago, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Sabermaster said. Everyone shivered and didn't dare say anything else. After walking for a long time, everyone felt tired and rested where they were. At that moment, Lin Feng smelled a faint fragrance in the air. In an instant, he felt his fatigue disappear. He was instantly full of energy. Oh my God, what's going on? It's that magical medicine. Someone cried out. Not far away, there was a magical medicine. It was a 7-colored magical medicine. It emitted a 7-colored light and a faint fragrance. 7-colored grass. It's the legendary 7-colored grass. It's said that it grows for 10,000 years and has 7 colors. This is a 10,000-year-old magical medicine. A middle-aged cultivator shouted excitedly. A 10,000-year-old magical medicine. Everyone felt their mouths and tongues go dry. Everyone knew what a 10,000-year-old magical medicine meant. It was said that a 10,000-year-old magical medicine could bring back the dead. The meaning was simple. As long as you still had a breath left, no matter how serious your injuries were, you could recover very quickly after eating a 10,000-year-old magical medicine. A 10,000-year-old magical medicine wasn't like an immortal medicine that could allow a person to live a second life, but its healing effects weren't much worse than an immortal medicine. It was a supreme magical medicine that could save a person's life at a critical moment. And now, a 10,000-year-old magical medicine appeared in front of everyone a dozen meters away. Someone moved. The young man couldn't wait any longer and walked towards the magical medicine. The young man in purple shouted, "Fan Xian, do you want to die?" Fan Xian sneered, "Zishao, you're too cowardly. Nothing will happen to you. Just watch me pick the 10,000-year-old magical medicine." "Ha! Come back here." Saber Master's expression changed greatly. Fan Xian said coldly, "Saber Master, you're really old. You don't have the spirit you had when you were young. Don't worry. After I pick this magical medicine and sell it to those ancient powers, you won't be short of a share of benefits." Fan Xian didn't plan on coming back. Saber Master's expression became gloomy. Fan Xian walked in front of the magical medicine and reached out to grab it. Lin Feng and the others watched nervously, but Fan Xian didn't seem to be in any danger. Just as Fan Xian was about to pick the 10,000-year-old magical medicine, something terrifying happened. Everyone saw that Fan Xian's body was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was originally a young man in his 20s, but in the blink of an eye, he became a middle-aged man in his 40s. In the next moment, he became an old man with a hunched back. His entire body was withered like a candle in the wind. No. Fan Xian looked at his own hands and body in disbelief. He let out an extremely terrified cry. A gust of wind blew, and Fan Xian fell to the ground. Time was the quickest thing to do. In just a few breaths' time, Fan Xian had turned from a young man in his 20s to an old man. He had lost all of his life force and died in front of the 10,000-year-old magical medicine, turning into a pile of bones.